Welcome, everyone, to San Antonio by Night Aftermath, Season 1, Episode 14. The Iconoclasts had captured themselves Sebastian Moore and began interrogating him in the basement of their little church, which they've decided they're going to make into a second haven. The thought was to try and get more information out of him in order to discover what he was trying to do and how he was trying to go about it. But he turned out to be a tougher egg to crack than they had originally anticipated. He was definitely turning out to be a trained professional when it came to interrogation, and thus, after suffering some initial bruising of his ego, Faust decided to dismiss himself from the presence of Sebastian Moore and perhaps contemplate what to do about him next, while Maria and Noel and Alia went out to hunt, and Ahure reported into Jameson. Jameson requested that Ahure bring Moore to him, that Jameson might be able to interrogate him more. Perhaps an older kindred, a wiser kindred, a more hardened kindred could crack that little nugget of information. Upon returning, however, they discovered that Moore had savaged Amanda and Atsuko, the two individuals that Maria had spent time and effort into creating a bit of a holding pattern for them for the time being. Should they become feeding vessels, or should they become information gatherers? That was yet to be seen, but they were dead at the hand of Moore, at the teeth of Moore, the baby teeth of Moore. And out of rage, they collected him and were moving him. And that is where we left our coterie the last we saw them. Thoughts and tensions are pretty high, so let's get an idea of what is going through these kindreds' heads. Noel, you were the most angry, the most visibly angry, shaking, nearly tearing out into rage. What are your thoughts?
I hope he dies a horribly painful death. I'm not going to apologize or mince words about how I feel at the moment. I am wrath incarnate. Simultaneously indignant, yet righteous and justified. And if Jameson didn't want to interrogate him, because that's what's saving him right now, that Jameson didn't want to wants to interrogate him. I would be doing the act myself, and I'd be doing it slowly, deliberately, to make sure that he feels just some of the pain. just some of the pain that he inflicted upon them. More Atsuko than Amanda. Amanda had the grit to go through with it at the very least, and I'm sure she would have done the same if the positions were switched and he were in that wall and not her.
Spoken like a true judge, I suppose.
Right now, my first thought is calm down enough to regain my senses, and then put that poor girl to rest.
To give her that sort of dignity, I suppose. If one can call being removed as a vessel in the wall any sense of dignity. What's left of her.
It's more than what she'd get otherwise.
Ray, how does all of this make you feel as the not so moral compass of this particular coterie?
Look, it's a shame. It's a damn shame that they're dead. That death was entirely unnecessary. There's a lot of shit that's happening that is entirely unnecessary. But it is what it is. I'm worried about the coterie more than I am about the two dead girls now in the basement. The Banu Hakim went off his head. Jameson. Not Jameson. Moore. The Banu Hakim went off his head at Moore. And Moore, the little shit, enjoyed every fucking second of it. Maria is clearly heartbroken at the situation. And Faust is chomping at the bit to take back what he gave. Makes sense. Problem with all this is what this guy wants. He doesn't bend to intimidation. He's a trained professional. He's FBI. The FBI goes through certain training, from what I understand, against this kind of crap. They're a federal situation. They cover all sorts of crap. So it makes sense that they are covered when it comes to intimidation and torture and the like. And this guy, intimidation and torture doesn't work on him. And the others don't seem to get that. Hopefully Jameson can sort this out. But I'm concerned with how much we're trying to keep from the Baron. The things that we're not saying. Because it's gonna get out there eventually. And when it does, it's gonna bite us in the ass.
Secrets eventually find their way out into the open, and when they do, they wreak havoc on those who had tried to keep them. Faust, you kept a particularly good secret from the rest of this coterie. You may have told them that Sebastian Moore was stalking you, that perhaps he was following you from Dallas, but is that truly everything?
Sebastian Moore was my responsibility from the beginning. Rather, I already knew that he was circling certain kindred affairs back in Dallas. I just didn't think he would specifically follow me here. Or rather, even the fact that he was seeking me out. I guess I left too much of a paper trail. I'm gonna have to fix that. There's a lot of things I'm gonna have to fix. And I'm starting to understand the responsibilities that are associated with having a presence among mortals, among people. We are monsters. Moore was right about that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. We're predators. And what we do, fundamentally, is harming people. I think, at the core of it, we want to at least try and pretend, emulate what little humanity there is left in us. By trying to protect others. By trying to build, trying to create. And it's only, when it gets down to it, it's only a small step into twisting that into absolute gnarls of what good intentions. Hell is paved in good intentions. I'm exhausted. Terribly so. These past 2 nights have left me completely exhausted. But I can't allow this to continue any further. So it has to end tonight. And I have to make sure of it. And then I have to make sure it never happens again. Anything like this. As long as I can help it.
Heavy is the head that wears the responsibility of everything that happens. And then there's Maria. She had plans. She had goals. Uses for Atsuko and Amanda. But that was stolen from you. What are your thoughts going forward with the imminent delivery of Moore into Jameson's hands instead of your own for the injustice that was invoked on you?
I guess that ends up coming down to which wolf I want to feed. My hands on Moore is attempting on. But take a look at me in the mirror. I'm becoming more sickly. I'm losing myself. I have a feeling. It's like a wound that killed all the nerves in you, you know? That's near your heart, that's near your soul. I don't feel anything but Rei. And I'm feeling little Atsuko and Amanda. Well, whatever their sins in the past, we could have ended up trying doing something. Yeah, I have plans. That's goddamn right. Maybe getting to the point where I'm cussing more. I don't know. Everybody else is... I think I've gone past angry. It's not that I've come to terms with it. No, I don't think, no matter how much I get angry, it's gonna do anything. You know, I'm stuck with these corpses. Peel them out of the wall. Bloody chunks, to be honest. Not much left after more got to them. They bled out. I want to give in. I want to be angry. I want to end up spending the next 20 years expressing to Sebastian in a very up-close and personal manner on just how angry I am. You know, Carnage said something not too long ago. You don't know real rage, you don't know fear until a fiend is angry with you. And then I hear Faust's voice talking about what kind of monster I can become if I'm not careful. And they're all saying it, they're all thinking it. Sure, even the rest of this crew is thinking it. What I'd end up doing. They saw what I ended up doing to Atsuko and Amanda, and that was just a rush job just to get everything out the way. Now I got something horrible coming to mind. Cleaning myself off. I ended up talking Father Renfield, and I ended up... Let's just say that right now. I need word of God at this point. I don't care if God's abandoned me at this point. I know that's probably true. He probably looks at me in the same way he looked at Cain when he slew his brother Abel. What choice do I got? What I'm feeling isn't as important as the fact that in a lot of cases I'm not. That's starting to worry me.
We pick back up with the four of you and Sebastian in the church haven, the place where Alia has gotten back to work attempting to create a long-lasting ward on this place versus the ghouls of the world. The potential threats from other kindred that might happen upon this place. and the four of you, whether you all are going to Jameson's or you all are leaving that to Rei and Faust, is up to you. But Rei has him by the scruff of his jacket collar, what's left of it, and is dragging him up the stairs from the basement up into the main floor. And try as he might, he can't resist her. He's not strong enough to resist her, and so... what do you do? What would the Iconoclasts like to do today?
I'm joining Rei. I know Jameson likely wouldn't be pleased to see me within his vicinity again. However, I need to see it. And I need to make sure that more isn't going to be part of the picture. Not anymore. We get what we need out of him. And then he's dust. So, in the stairwell, following up, I carry on behind the two. I can't help but feel a twinge of envy. I can't fight. Maybe Rei can teach me. Maybe that's what I need. To be more stable foundation moving forward. But before I leave, I turn to Noel. He's still visibly shaken. Mr. Stoneford, are you gonna be well?
Noel, after that outburst of his, had gone to sit. And when Faust addresses him, he'd look up, his cheek still stained with the lines of bloody tears. Although none are falling now, the lines remain. And within his eyes, Faust, you would see naught but just anger. I'll be fine as soon as he's dust. Now I would please ask that you get him out of here before I lose control of my faculties and decide to put him in the ground myself.
Very well. Inform Maria that we'll be back.
I don't think she wants to talk to me at the moment, but I'll go down and let her know.
Yes.
I've got some work to do. I'm sure there was a shovel around here somewhere.
Let her have her time with them.
Well, yeah. No, I'm just pre-digging the hole so we don't have to to deal with it later, you know?
Certainly.
But I'll go and let her know.
Thank you.
And
Faust,
go ahead. You go ahead, Faust.
Faust turns to Rei. Is there anything you need before we head out?
No. Nah, let's get this trash gone. Oh, shut up. I'm not even sure you ever were human.
Maybe not. Maybe not at all.
How does it feel to take their lives by your own hands? Bet it just stings.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, I would. But,
Doesn't matter what you want to know.
You know, you're starting to sound rather repetitive, Mr. Moore. It's a shame.
Yeah.
Sanity seems to have taken you already. Let's continue.
Rei starts to, drag him. She's gonna make sure he's secured in the back seat of her vehicle. She would toss him in the metal toolbox in the back, but, he'd make far too much noise in there. At least it can be reasoned away in the back seat.
And he simply sits there as if he's accepted his fate. Stoic.
You join Rei in her vehicle. Once again in the passenger seat. When she gets in, I just simply turn to her. You really need to stop meeting like this.
Yeah, well, it seems to be the curse, doesn't it? Faust, when all this is done, we need to organise something light-hearted for the group. Something to get everybody back in touch with what it means to be a human. We might be dead, but
There's a slight chuckle from the back seat.
we might be dead, but doesn't mean we can't have a good time, you know?
I agree.
I think Maria needs it more than anyone. But I think we all need it.
I think we all need something to prove.
Right. Right. She starts up the vehicle and sets on their way, and there's a wait. I don't regret any of this. Shit happens. I think it would do you well to remember that. Sometimes shit goes wrong. That's what's happened here.
Trust me, Ray. I doubt I'll forget this anytime soon.
Doubt any of us will. But even though you make sure to remember it, don't blame yourself for it. Don't let it sit on your conscience.
It's easier said than done.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. But, fault is in the back seat. Remember that.
Faust stops. There's contemplation. And to you, Ray, you can see he was going to... It seemed like he wanted to argue for a moment, but instead he just closes his eyes.
No. Speak your mind. Get it out. Get it in the open.
I made the decision. And I was in charge. To watch him. Make sure he didn't piss on everything. Say the fault isn't mine is... It's rather untrue. I foresaw a series of events as a possibility, and I didn't consider to calculate it. Because I thought... Or rather, I didn't think.
Let me tell you something. You can consider every possibility in existence, but I can promise you, you will never catch them all. This one in the back made a choice. You might have considered it, you might not have. Doesn't matter. This one was the one that made the choice, not you. So, while you might have been the one in charge, you can't control his actions. You can only clean up the mess he leaves behind.
I suppose so. That said, I don't think I'm going to allow this to be a problem into the future. From the get-go.
Always learn. And this was certainly a learning experience and a half.
There's a lot that I knew could happen. Dallas was a chaotic time. And for the most part, I was kept amicably protected from it all, but I'm understanding now the costs, the sacrifice involved with not just the nature of what we are, but every interaction, every event, every sequence, a moment that we have with just about anyone seems to create an impact series of events, butterfly effects that
you consume everything.
Yeah, when one of us gets turned, it's like throwing a pebble into a pond. And the ripples just never stop.
It's continuous. And I have to consider going forward. I'm worried about what it means for all of us, what it means for what humanity we understand and have left in us.
Well, here's the question. If the ripples never stop when one of us is turned, if it continually builds and builds and becomes waves, how do we minimize the impact? How do we stop those ripples from turning into full-blown tsunamis?
We create canals, waterways,
Flood walls.
and flood walls.
That's what you're good at. This could have gone so much worse, Faust. You need to understand that. The reason that the tsunami didn't end up taking out a lot more was because you were building those floodways, those waterways. The things that stopped the tsunami from breaching and taking everything out. That's what you do.
I appreciate that, Rei. I do.
So, always remember, minimize the impact.
Not gonna lie. I really don't think I could have done anything without the rest of you.
Yeah, well, no man's an island.
No. Not yet.
There's very little one person can do on their own. It's why we create connections, it's why we talk to others. Essentially, we're pack animals. It's why we form coteries. It's why we form societies. It's why we stick together. One person can do what another person can't. So we utilize the skills of everybody around us.
A society.
Right. We know we're shit. We know we're monsters. Even though this guy behind us seems to think that he wants to shove that in our faces, deep down we all know it.
You're in denial.
But we do try to minimize the impact of what we do. If we didn't, who knows what would happen.
Can't blame the tiger for its stripes.
Or its claws or its teeth.
It's survival in the end.
We just want to exist, same as everybody else.
You're very wise, Ray.
Wisdom comes with experience. I've had enough for a lifetime.
I've heard a few stories. You'll have to tell me some of the more interesting ones.
Depends on what you want to know.
Killer for hire? Come on.
That's one I'm keeping to myself.
I just want to know some of the cooler ones, though. Come on, were you like 007, Spectre, or...
Nah, nothing that cool. Nothing that cool.
Ah.
A lot of bloodshed, a lot of dodging police. Pretty much the same as what I'm currently doing.
Do you still talk to homeless?
All the time. In fact, I made friends with one when I went to see well, that person that was mentioned. No names around. Idiot boy back here.
Good idea. It's fun.
Try to make friends where you can. And those that you make connections with, hold them close. Don't let them fall.
Faucet's back. Humans.
Yeah.
Worlds. People. A life is so incredibly precious.
And we can't squander them. We can't afford to. Because every time we do, we lose a piece of ourselves.
And you lose a food source.
Strangely enough, that's not all it is, but, you don't understand that.
You can't lie to me.
There's something interesting. I've got this capability, you see. I can look at somebody and I can feel some of what's inside of them. And you're missing something vital for every one of us. I didn't get the sense that you have the same little niggling voice that we have. That little feeling. You haven't heard anything, have you? Haven't had that sense there's something else lingering in the back.
As I said, all it was a nagging in my stomach, much like, you know, when you used to be alive. But now.
Yeah. You're missing a bit. You're definitely missing a bit.
What
And
did
I
that
don't know
stone
if that
fur guy
makes you
say?
more or less dangerous than the rest of us.
What did that stone fur guy say? Thin blood? Whatever the fuck that
Yeah.
means.
You want to know?
Would you even indulge a dying man's curiosity?
Sure. It means you're not the full way there yet.
Yet.
Means that you're only half.
Got a foot in the
If
grave.
even that. Means you don't have the same rights in our society
Oh, goody.
as what the rest of us do.
Lower standard of citizen, then.
Yeah, it's kind of like how you Americans used to treat you blacks. Back of the bus and all that. That's you.
I'd be dead by the hands of what? Another kindred. In a matter of moments. Driving.
I don't know, it depends on what mood he's in.
Right.
You see, you have some information. And if you're willing to work with us, and you're willing to abide by our rules, you might last the night.
You can't guarantee that.
Well, that's why I said might. Then again, you've made a right fuck up of things.
Yeah.
I can't guarantee that the rest of my coterie won't take your head off. I mean, frankly, I'd kind of like to do it myself.
So why would I be inclined to take and tell you anything?
Because the guy that we're going to talk to, he's the big boss.
Right.
And what he says goes.
Uh-huh.
You understand?
Still not giving
So
me
he
any
might-
inclination as to why I should help you.
The possibility of survival. Because
But no
you want to
guarantee.
survive.
No thanks.
There's never a guarantee.
No thanks. I'll take what I know to my
Ah.
grave.
Will you? Well, I guess things are gonna get messy from here on out.
Let it.
Let it get messy? You don't care what happens to the innocents of this city?
I don't care what happens to me.
Yeah. But you do care about what happens to your workmates. You care about what happens to the humans, the mortals of this city. You care about what'll happen to them if a full-blown war breaks out. You see, if we can't get information out of you,
No.
it means we've got to go digging through other people. Wherever they might be. Whoever they might be.
If more of you end up wiped out as a result of my death, then so be it.
And what if more humans die out as a result of your death?
It would be a shame.
More. It's a shame.
You see, when we get hungry, we act recklessly.
I know far better than you ever even deigned to know.
Yeah. What's your story, if you reckon you know better?
There you go, trying to weasel information out of me again. I'm not falling for your
Nah, I
tricks.
genuinely want to know. Who'd you lose? Something drove you to this. Who'd you lose? What did you lose? You see, people like you, they don't enter into this kind of crap. Not unless they've lost something. You lost something close to you.
Lost a member
A
of my
lover.
family to a blank.
Member of your family.
Yeah,
Brother, sister, parent,
doesn't matter.
child. Child. Your kid Were they turned or just outright killed?
That's none of your business.
They were turned. They were one of us. Did you take them out? Or are they still wandering about?
And he just kind of
Yeah.
clams up.
You see, I'm sorry that they were turned. Probably would have been better for them to outright die. Sounds like they might have been a child, not a full-grown adult. That's even more sick. We're not all like that. Some of us hold on to our morals. Some of us don't, but some of us do.
Some of you are vicious monsters that, regardless of whatever happens to yourself, you lash out.
Yeah. And sometimes when we're driven into a corner, we don't have a choice. Sometimes the people that we care about end up becoming the targets. You know, the reason I was turned, the reason I'm here, is because I was gonna die, and a kindred cared about me. So they tried to save me by turning me.
Is that how it works?
For some of us.
The whole change thing?
For some of us. For others, it's more painful. For others, it's brought about by sheer anger or hatred, or just a need for information, like with you.
But you have to want it.
Not necessarily.
On the part of the person turning an individual, is that it? You have to want them to live?
No. Not as far as I know. But hey, I'm just a baby in the grand scheme of things. I didn't get to learn a lot before my sire was taken away.
You've given me some interesting insight.
Yeah.
Huh. Intriguing.
It's a lot to think about, isn't it?
It's intriguing. Very, very intriguing. Huh. You see that he's kind of leaning back in the back seat, just kind of contemplating.
Penny for your thoughts?
Some of those thoughts that I told you I wouldn't tell.
What about the ones that you didn't tell us that you wouldn't tell?
Now you're
Tit for
just
tat and all that?
now you're just confusing me. I don't know what it is you mean.
You reckon that we're intriguing?
I'm a researcher.
Are you now? I thought you were a federal agent.
Federal agents could be researchers.
Fair point. So is that what you do in the grander scheme? You research.
Maybe I do.
Maybe experiment.
Maybe I don't.
Yeah.
You'll never know.
See,
Because if there's one thing
you
that
don't-
I've learned about blanks, is that none of them are mind readers.
interesting. But we
In
can
my
read body
experience,
language.
anyway.
We can read body language, and we can read between the lines. We're not stupid. So you're a researcher. You find what I said interesting. Does it line up with anything else that you've ever heard? You see, I don't understand why it is that some kind of middle meeting ground can't be met.
Because you pose a threat to this country.
Well,
And I
let's
can't
think
let
about that for a
happen.
moment. Let's think about that for a moment. We pose a threat, right? But that threat mostly comes about when we start getting hungry.
Yeah.
A lot of it revolves around food. We eat people, specifically blood. Something that humans can provide. You know, not every person that we feed off of dies. Because otherwise there wouldn't be any people left.
Spoken like a true predator.
Yeah, there's a certain level of thought that has to go into us eating. It's interesting though, but with that in mind, that those of you that have found out haven't turned around and gone, well, why don't we just supply them with blood? In the end, it's a renewable resource.
It can be
And if you
collected.
guys willingly supplied it, we wouldn't have to take it.
Straight into the jaws of the shark.
But it makes sense, doesn't it?
No,
No.
no. Because it wouldn't stop there.
Wouldn't it?
No. No, because then instead of having the little thing, whatever it is that you do in this city, you're going to want more and more and more, and you're going to consume and destroy, and there would be nothing left. So no, that's not an option.
And yet, we try to regulate ourselves.
You say it's
Before your
things
little
about
gang-
rules or anything else like that, but I have yet to see something like that occur. So you tell me how it is that these
You've
rules...
yet to see how our rules occur.
There are no rules, except the ones that you make up for yourselves.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The rules that we make up for ourselves. To hold ourselves in line.
To hold yourselves in power.
In line. Tell me, you know what happens when a kindred lets mortals know what they are normally?
You have people like me.
You're an exception. See, if the kindred that let you know had done their job properly, you'd already be dead. So would they. Actually, if anybody finds out who it was that told you, chances are they're going to end up dusted.
And what makes you think that anyone's told me anything?
Because you know. See, that's our first and most primary rule. Keep it hidden from humans.
Because God forbid that the guppies attack the shark. With enough of us, we'd wipe you out.
That's exactly right. With enough of yous, you'd wipe us out because humans are scared and stupid.
And then you ask me why it is that you think that offering blood is an option.
Offering blood is an option.
No. No, because... Because you can't control it.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Can you control when you get hungry? Can you control your starvation?
Apparently that little voice in my head doesn't exist.
What about when you were mortal? Could you control it?
But I
when that
would do
hunger,
something about it.
When that hunger builds in your stomach and you get that gnawing sensation and you start feeling lightheaded and faint and that tingle of bile in the back of your throat,
but
when your body starts to eat itself.
When humans get hungry, they do not rip a person in half with their bare hands.
Are you a vegan? Were you a vegan?
No.
So you eat pork, chicken, cattle. You eat beef. You eat fish. You eat plant life. You eat all manner of living things. And when you eat, nothing survives. Correct? I mean, you can't carve a leg off of a chicken and hope for it to live. Right? When kindred eat, and it's not the case for all of us, but when kindred eat, most of the time, people are still walking around afterwards.
Oh, you're talking yourself in circles.
Or am I making sense?
It's the ones who can't control themselves and rip people in half with their bare hands that I have a problem with.
Spoken like a true American.
Neither of us are like that.
You could be if you really, really tried.
Instead,
if we
you
tried, but would mean we would have control because we'd be trying.
I had perfect control, and I did the same.
Exactly. Because you were trying. Because you wanted to do that. But not all of us want to do that.
Not all of you have the control I have, apparently. So, who's the bigger monster here?
You've got control, and you tore two people apart.
Yes.
And then those that don't have control, that's the argument you were making before. those that don't have control, you're blaming them. And that's what you're scared of, the ones that don't have control. Now you're changing your argument, you see. There's the ones of us that have control that you'd want to be siding with.
Says the killer for hire.
Yeah, says the killer for hire.
You have no room to judge me.
I kill people because that makes me a living.
You
now,
have no
I also kill
room
people because it provides me with food.
to judge me.
To be fair, Mr. Moore, most military officers are also killers for hire. There isn't a lot of differentiation here, yourself included.
So why
let's just accept
try
that
and
we're
pass
all
judgment
monsters here.
on me? You cannot tell me that you're the moral superior here.
Passing judgment? I'm not doing anything to the sword. I'm asking you questions.
You're
Try to
feigning
understand the way
moral
that you think.
superiority.
No, I'm just trying to make you understand where we sit, and we're trying to understand where you sit. I'm not judging anything. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to learn. Surely you as a researcher can understand that.
He just kind of leans back in the chair, goes back to staring out the window as you drive.
I notice you do that when you hear something you don't like.
So do
Shut
you.
down. I haven't shut down so far. I keep asking questions. I keep trying to learn. Figure out how it is that you're thinking.
Call you out on your
Why it
bullshit
is
and you
that you hate
torture
us
a
so
man.
much. To be fair, I haven't really tortured you.
No. But you and your partners have. And if I'm quite honest, I'm sick of this conversation.
Well, we'll see about that. But just so you know, Sebastian, we do have rules, and we do have to abide by them, or it's our necks on the chopping block. You were a breach of those rules, which is why you're in the position that you are in now. We're trying to clean up somebody else's mess.
Whoop-de-fucking-do.
Yep. It's all about survival.
You say that like I give a shit.
So vindictive.
He's an amusing one, isn't he? I think Jameson's gonna have a fun time.
Oh, you will.
I believe that is where we will switch gears. And find out what's going on with Maria and Noel right now. Noel, Faust and Rei just left with more. And for the moment, the source of your anger has been relieved of your presence. You're still angry, but maybe not on the verge of attacking everything in the room now that he's gone.
Now that he's gone, I don't have the voice in my head screaming, "Make him pay," over and over and over again.
It
Thank
still
you for
is,
that.
but maybe not nearly as loud anymore since he's not in the room.
Yeah, but I mean, now that it's quieter, I can tune it out. I'm gonna go downstairs. Maria deserves to know what's going on at the very least.
You see, Maria, she's been kind of sitting amongst the bodies. Head, resting back. They've been stripped out of the walls. That's, I guess that's a plus. No, you need to end up keeping them mangled up. Guess there's no point in restoring them back to their original state. Be honest, I don't know if I could do it even if I wanted to. Even if I could afford the resources. Literally sitting in between them. Covered in their blood. I was just looking up at the underside of the floor. Kinda lost in my own world. Not sure of what I'm gonna say or what I'm gonna do. I gotta go clean up. Gotta get out of this place, get in a church that's actually sanctified, maybe. I can't keep a thought in my head. And I keep trying. Lord, I keep trying. You know what? For all I know, this is gonna end worse than even this. Rest. Fuck it.
The door to the basement would open. And Noel would peek down. The other two have headed off to see Jameson with the malcontent in tow. They should be back soon.
So what you're saying is it's over, right? Kind of turns her eyes to the direction of the stairs. Just kind of sitting in the dark amongst the corpses.
He's not here anymore, but no, it's not over.
Well, when will it be?
I genuinely wish I had an answer for you, Maria, but I don't.
That seems about right. That's the speed of it. Gets up.
Yeah.
Starts to walk into the light from the upstairs, peering through the door. Looking at Noel, she can't see much more than a silhouette, I imagine, but when he looks at her, there is something that is covered, stained, disgusting. Right now, Maria's not sure what's more rotten, herself or those two bodies currently laying in. She can't even use the names right now because then she's got to acknowledge that she had a hand in that.
You know, I was curious about something.
Well, what manner of shit are you gonna start rolling down the stairs at me this time? Pardon my language. That's the frustration talk.
I understand. But no, I was going to ask with the two there you were.
Do what you gotta
That's
do
the-
with them, alright?
I was just going to ask you had plans. Yeah?
Not anymore. No, it's just dead meat. That's all it ever is anymore. Right. Yeah, but congratulations, we end up smoking them out. Got them out of that little gopher hole. And now we got the cute little pelts, right? This is a time for celebration. I mean, look at this, a monument to our sin. Ain't it just a glorious thing? Hmm? Or am I supposed to end up believing that it wasn't supposed to go down like this? Right? Reasonable, yeah, right. Right. It's never gonna be reasonable. Because we're not reasonable. We're not a reasonable thing. And they're not going to be reasonable because they're going to be scared shitless of us regardless on what happens it is. And at least you can end up still walking around with your face for the next 100 years. Me, I'm honestly terrified that I might forget what the fuck I look like in the next 20. Who knows, maybe I'll just start wearing an actress face back in my own time. Well, so, bask in your glory. Your judgment is made. You got everything you could have won out of this. So,
Maria. And he does actually come to enter the basement. And if she was actually looking at him, because she would be able to see him properly now, you'd see that those lines of blood still stain his face. Does this look like the face of someone who's reveling in a job well done?
I'll shut my trap.
No, I get the thought. But the thing about being a judge is that it's inglorious work. There's no glory in it.
Do I have
There's no pleasure in it.
Do you think I give 2 ounces about glory at this point? Oh, ever? Do you think that was ever on the forefront of my mind? No. You see, this here has been a colossal mistake. They end up putting us together, you know why? Because this is something that Jameson wanted to end up getting done, and he was hoping that we'd end up taking each other out. I can see it now, like, Ray tells him what happened. And then it spirals on, and then it's going to come back to us, and he's going to be more angry that all of us came out of it with only a few scrapes, bruises, and mild burns. You know, Jesus was protecting Faust that, and I tell you that. That's what I got to tell myself anyway. But it's right now, you and me are truly well and done. So, know what? I can't look at those things anymore. I said my piece. I prayed to forgiveness, and I don't think anyone's gonna answer. So, I think it's time that I go and talk to a professional about these kind of things. Because I ain't gonna find it under this roof.
No. Simply nods wordlessly. And he would pick up the bodies. Have they been separated, or
No, they're just
are they still one piece?
They're a mash of hamburger ripped right out of the wall.
Pick them up. Probably princess style, 'cause that's how we'd have to carry them. And he'd look to Maria.
Say what you gonna say. No. Just say it. Never choked on words before. Don't need you starting that.
I was just going to say that I think maybe I have a little bit of an idea of what you had in mind. It's a noble thought. As noble as it can be, anyway. But no, if you going to see, I'm going to guess, the father brings you peace, then I would suggest doing it. But
Yeah.
I found that God only forgives those who are willing to forgive themselves.
We're gonna be waiting a long time then.
Yeah. It's kind of our lot now, isn't it?
I keep thinking back to what Carnage said, you know? And I'm trying to stand against the wind. But I'm starting to get the impression that that was a mistake. I could have taken it a lot further than that. Could have gone a lot further than all of it.
I'm sure you could have.
I don't know where it would lead. I don't know what I could do. Maybe I'm just limited by imagination. Who knows? You, on the other hand, at least you know exactly what you can do. I saw what you did. Same curse you put upon me once. Not blind to it. But look at you. All the control over your abilities and a little less so on yourself. Maybe I'm just getting envious. Sin, if there ever was one. So is rage. Wrath. And I'm trying to stay away from it. But to be honest with you, I can't think of much else right now. I think if I had half a mind, I'd say screw it and just burn this whole place down. Just being in here is giving me something I really don't like.
And then right now, Maria, in this very moment, you and I are two minds of the same kind.
You need anything?
Not at the moment. I'm gonna need to go and feed, but that'll be later on. I have something that needs to be done first.
I'll go get changed. I gotta go for a night drive. And I gotta hope that somebody's having a late night other than us.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that it'll do us good to get out of here for a little while. And without another word, Noel walks with the bodies up the stairs. There'd be silence for a bit, and the next thing Maria would hear is the sound of a shovel breaking ground a little ways away.
Maria, you said you're heading off to the church in your neighborhood where Father Renfield's.
After I clean up, yeah.
It doesn't take you long. You had stored a spare change of clothes either in your car or in this place. In the event that something like a bad feeding happens, never can be too careful. Never can be too prepared. And so you make your way towards St. Jerome's, the church in your neighborhood. Doesn't take you very long after you've changed. And you do find that the doors are indeed open. And you see that there is a woman, a nun, sitting at one of the pews, knelt in prayer as you open the door.
I'll wait at the door. Make it clear I'm waiting as though to not interrupt, but I'll wait.
You wait for a little while. And eventually she does get up. And when she's turning to come out of the aisle, she does spot you at the door. Oh, hello.
Hello. I'm not sure if it's a good time to come on in or not. Seem you are deep in thought and don't want to interrupt you.
Oh, that's quite alright. What can we do for you?
Well, to be honest with you, it's getting a little cold out here.
You're welcome to come in and warm up.
Appreciate it. I'll step in. I'm just... I don't know.
You don't look so good.
I'm not doing too good, to be honest with you.
You living rough.
Nah, just... I don't know, I feel like everything, I feel crazy, to be honest with you. life's been crazy lately. I don't know. I think I was initially coming here to see Father Renfield. He said that the church was open all hours, and because I told him I couldn't make congregation because of the hours I work, he said I'd be welcome here.
You're always welcome here. You sit down.
Yeah.
And get comfortable, and I'll go make some tea.
Don't think I caught your name.
Sister Mary Beth.
Maria.
Pleasure
Thank
to meet you,
Sister
Maria.
Maribeth. Go to the front. Hughes. Just look up at that cross. Jesus upon it. Badly painted, I imagine. Blood trickled out his side. It was stabbed. To end up seeing if when he stopped bleeding. I think that's how they used to do it. I'm reminded of the fact that what they used to do was nail a board under your feet. Just so you had enough leg strength. I think about how it is that one dies on the cross, and it's asphyxiation, really. Your body weight hangs on your arms and stops the diaphragm from moving. Makes it tough. So they put a block of wood under your feet so you can stand a little bit with your legs, take the weight off, and breathe a little bit. Only reason is because they want you to live a lot longer. Crown of thorns upon his head, cutting right to bone. Is it wrong that I think I'm starting to get an inkling of what that's like? Died for our sins, so it's written. What about after we're on this side of the grave? How did he do it? Makes you wonder.
And before too long, Sister Mary Beth does come back with a cup of tea. Kind of leaves you with it.
Yeah, just kind of keep it in my hands. Though I'm trying to use it more to warm up my hands than actually drink. Thank you, sister.
Stay as long as you need.
Is the father in tonight?
He is. He's coming down from the parish. He'll be here in a moment.
Thank you.
And she simply nods and goes back to whatever it is that she may be doing the rest of the night. And before too long, you do see that the father does come out of the doorway on the one side of the chapel, and sees you sitting there with the cup of tea in your hand. Good evening, my child.
Hey, Father. I'm very grateful that you made time for me tonight.
Sister Marybeth said that you were looking rough, and she wasn't kidding. Is there something
I
you
don't know.
need?
There's a lot I need, but I don't even know if I'm in the right place for it. I think I just needed somebody to talk to. Someone I knew wasn't crazy.
Well, I'm not a therapist, but I am an open ear. If you simply need to vent your feelings, then you've come to the right place. The Lord always hears.
You know, I've been told that, since I was little. Papa always ended up saying that, when in doubt, turn to him and he'll be listening. Lately, I'm not so sure.
And he walks gently towards where you're sitting. And what makes you say that?
I am finding myself in a position where I'm becoming reliant on my own sin.
Reliant
Find
on your sin.
myself on it. I feel like every time I turn, everywhere I go, I feel this horrible impulse. I was involved in something. I'll skip the ridiculous for now, but I had to hurt two people. And they ain't recovering. That's not something I can take back. Well, past the point of apologies at this point. And I'm not sure on how the hell I'm pardon. Forgive me. I don't know on how the heck I'm supposed to end up continuing on with this.
Are you stuck in something that you can't escape?
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. I don't really sleep much anymore. It's more like the world goes blank for a little while, and then I realize I drifted off and I'm back up and at it again. I don't sleep. Very, very tired. And I ended up realizing that something worse. I'm finding I have gifts that are predicated on sins I carry. And I don't know how else to describe it, save for I don't think I can fear for my mortal soul anymore, as I've already lost it. And I think that inside me is so wicked. More so than usual, this is something. It's dark, It's heavy. And it wants to drown me in the waters. Never let me up.
That is the power of the devil. That is for damn sure. You're not the first that I've encountered that has gotten themselves in so deep on something that's seems like too thick of a mire to get themselves out of. But the Lord hears you when you ask for forgiveness, child.
If he heard me, half of this wouldn't have been going on. I've watched and bore witness and become part of something terrible, and I fear. And I'm afraid it's gonna end up spiraling into something far worse. And you know the damning thing about it all? The thing that really scares me, Father? It's the fact that I don't feel bad about it. I'm just terrified of the fact that I don't feel about it.
The devil does his best to remove that which we know is right. Removes your inhibitions, removes your sense of oneness with our Lord. He is going to distract you and try and draw you away that you fall into his maw. Perhaps...
That's the thing, Father. I don't think I'm gonna fall into his maw. I think I am his maw. I think I'm the one who's going on everybody else. So I can hear it. You know? It's like an impulse. That, yeah. You see something that makes you so angry. You would end up seeing it destroyed. Not just it. Its creators. What it's created, you want to end up leaving it all bloody and all stone. And I think like this quite frequently. And even when I talk to you, I am trying to remind myself, looking to a man of God. And that's something that I am not sure was ever meant to be held by a child of his. Looks back at the cross.
It's never too late to rededicate yourself, child. The fact that you're observing that you have made mistakes is the first step. And any time that you recognize that you have made a mistake, be it during, be it after, whatever it might be, that's the Lord reminding you that He is there. Trying to pull you back to Him. It is a tug of war for your soul. The question is, who will you let win?
I don't think I got much of a choice in the matter, to be honest with you.
You do have a choice. You can fall into the arms of Jesus and let him take you. Or you can fall into the maw of the devil. The fact that you recognize that it's happening is a good thing. Hang on to that. And if you would need it, confession's also a good step.
I'm pretty sure anything I have to tell you right now would probably end up near forcing you to abandon an oath or two.
It can't be that
If I
bad.
was to say,
Still, even if you were to simply confess to your wall, I know it's a very Baptist thing to think of me, but you don't have to confess to me. Simply kneel in prayer and confess. His voice might be hard to hear right now, but the Lord hears you.
um, I am wondering. Well, honestly, at this point, if it wasn't a one-way ticket, hell, well, I wasn't already convinced I'm there. I think I'd take my own life come the dawn. But it's not hope that keeps me going, Father. It's fear. Constant fear.
You are no devil.
How'd you know that?
I've seen.
Wasn't the devil himself once an angel?
This is
You
true.
think he'd come in with horns? You think he would come in with clothed hooves? Or do you think it would end up coming in with a radiant face? I think it would come in. Watch as his own sin started to eat at you.
The devil doesn't confess.
Technically, neither have I.
But you're acknowledging that you need to.
I think that's what he was like. He knew knowledge. Never ended up asking forgiveness. Oh, I forgot. That's the way he forgives all of his mortals. Everything that he created with his soul, but it was man who he created as his most beloved thing. So forth that he did love us, that he gave his only begotten Son in the act of free will. And I'm coming to realize I don't have either. That's a horrifying realization. I'm sorry, Father. Think I can't be here anymore. But I appreciate you came down. She holds out the untouched tea to him.
You are always welcome here. There's hope for you yet. You might not see it.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just a fool.
Whosoever shall believeth on the Lord Jesus Christ shall be saved. John 3:16.
Yeah. She stops and thinks.
When was the last time you read?
Probably about 3 nights ago.
Might not be a bad idea to do so again.
Maybe. But I have a particular verse in mind. I think that's where I stopped reading. Therefore fathers shall eat their sons in your midst, and sons shall eat their fathers. And I will execute judgments upon you. And any of you who survive, I will scatter all to the wind. Ezekiel 5:10. She gets up, starts to make her way out.
Have a good night, Maria.
And you, Father. Stay safe.
Go with God.
Thinks to herself. Yeah. Think he's ever coming for me. She makes her way out of the apple. Shouldn't feel better. Feels lost. Angry that she couldn't do anything. Devour your people. You bereave your nation of children. Therefore I shall no longer devour the people and no longer bereave your nation of children, declares the Lord God. And I will not let you hear any more the reproach of nations. I shall no longer bear the disgrace of the peoples and no longer cause your nation to stumble, declares the Lord God. Spent a lot of time in Ezekiel. Seemed very appropriate given the nature of what I am.
And with Maria's thoughts, we will take a very quick break. And we'll be back in a moment, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to San Antonio by Night Aftermath, Season 1, Episode 14. We rejoin Faust and Rei as they're bringing more to the Lone Star pub where Jameson had informed them to bring this threat to their domain. The two of them had a conversation with Moore sitting in their back seat, but he has since clammed up and not really engaged in the conversation any further. But they also had been driving for about 15 minutes, so it stands to reason that shortly after the conversation ended, they would be arriving at the Lone Star pub. So, with that being said, Rei pulls the truck to the back parking lot of the bar, where they have often met Ben Jameson outside the door, and you don't see him outside the door just yet. The door's shut, from what you can see, and there's maybe one or two other vehicles parked back here. You assume maybe this is also a staff entrance?
Ray turns to Faust and says, "Wait here, keep an eye on that one." She climbs out of the vehicle, makes her way to the back door, and knocks. And she steps back and waits. She told Jameson that she'd be bringing him around the back.
So you wait for a moment. Moore kind of just sits there watching the both of you.
I watch him back. All the same. I preemptively center myself, gather my thoughts. Exhausted as I may be, I need to be prepared. I activate unswayable mind.
He just kind of looks you up and down, eyeing you. So I guess this is it, huh?
Perhaps. Future is an unusual place. will you do if you survive?
I don't know yet.
You do. You just don't like chit-chatting.
No, I don't. No, I don't. What are your plans going forward, then?
Do what I've always done, Pinky. Plan to rule the world. Oh, come on. You don't know that reference?
I know the reference, but I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
No sense of humor.
I have plenty of humor.
So what then? You had family. Was it in Dallas or Detroit?
Wouldn't you like to know?
That's starting to sound like your favorite phrase. I probably don't have enough fingers for how many times you've said, "Wouldn't you like to know?" Of course I'd like to know. That's why I'm asking. What, you don't have any sort of stories you'd like to confess?
No.
No last thoughts?
No.
That's sad.
Not that I'd like to tell you, anyway.
That's sad all the same.
I need you to make me a high or low.
Is he gonna fucking ditch?
Make me a high or low.
I'm not gonna make a high or low. Because I lock the doors. I already know the back seat is locked because Rei isn't stupid. Fuck it, she probably already broke the door handle.
No, she wouldn't have broken the door handle, but she definitely would have locked the door. Stopping his stupid shit.
Child lock. But fine.
It's still tied up too, remember?
That is indeed the case. Alright. We'll go high, even though it's bummed me the past 5 times. Huh.
Before too long, Rei, you do see someone arrive at the back of the building, and it's Maxine. You got the package?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Bring it to the back room.
She makes her way over to the vehicle. She unlocks the back door. Reaches in. Pulls more out. She's not particularly gentle, but she's not as rough as what she was before either.
And so you drag him out of the vehicle, and you can see that the ropes again have been tugged at. Or at least he's been trying to weasel out of them.
You really need to stop trying to escape, mate. It's not gonna work.
Can you blame a man for trying?
I can't. But at this point, trying to escape is just gonna make things worse. Try not to piss people off, yeah?
And you go into the hallway, and with more mostly covered, you bring him into that same room that you've been in before. And you do see that Jameson is already there, kind of leaning up against a wall, and when you enter in, kind of straightens himself up. This is the one?
Yeah, this is him. Yeah. My Baron, I should make you aware, in order to keep him from expiring, there was a necessity with him.
And you see that Maxine's also coming into the room. A necessity, huh?
Yeah.
Alright.
He's not full-blooded either.
Right. And Sebastian just watches everyone in the room.
Faust is there. He came in right behind Maxine. He stopped at the door, stays close to it, mostly out of respect.
Alright. So you said a necessity happened. Who did it?
Faust raises his hand. Keeps his arms folded.
Alright. Alright. So this is how it's gonna work. You're going to leave him here. And go about your business. I'll take it from here.
Yes, sir. Would you like to know the information that I managed to pull out of him already? Save you wasting some time.
Sure.
He's a part of a larger group. Apparently he's a researcher.
Researcher.
Yeah. And apparently the way that he was driven into this was because he lost his child to a kindred. From what I can make out, the child was changed into one of us. And judging by his reaction, I would say that they're still walking about.
And you can see that Jameson is just, as you're saying these things, is watching more. Says, all right.
The other two that were with him, by the way, the two women.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the time I got back, he'd torn them apart. So, there's that.
I see. Well, so, what do the two of you plan to do about such things in the future? He's particularly looking over at you, Faust.
Maintain the domain, sir. Keep a close eye on it. Kindred, mortals alike.
That's very vague.
Making contacts within local authorities and underground alike. But maintaining a proper masquerade. An amicable masquerade.
Good. Show Marjani that you can actually take care of that little piece of shit place. She might, I say might, be willing to talk to you about it. But you have a lot of proving to do before that happens. A lot.
I wouldn't have it any other way. There's one more thing. Mr. Moore here, we suspect was part of a larger project located in Detroit.
Do you have proof?
The proof was in his response in order to maintain the information a secret. When I asked about it, he pulled a gun on me. The project was to destroy Kindred and purge them. Government organization, to my understanding.
Yeah, I'd heard something about that a year ago.
There's more details to it. Miss Violet Rousing provided us some insight into it. She's been a great help as to discerning the blanks of information Mr. Moore was not kind enough to provide.
I see.
There were experiments, projects, supposedly, and cover-ups through the usage of law enforcement and rioting. But the organization, Operation Daybreak, was highly aware of kindred activities, our people's activities. And I don't think it would be too bemusing to suspect that if given the opportunity, Mr. Moore here would return to it. But I leave that with you in your judgment, Baron Jameson.
Well, at the very least, he should be contained until the other barons can actually get a look at this. So, you two are going to leave him with me, and then I'm going to pay a visit to von Schwenkauser-Altenburg and to Batista.
Thank you very much for your time, Baron.
Don't thank me yet. They might have something to say about all of this. So, you two have a very good night.
You as well. Thank you.
And since
That-
you... Oh, go ahead.
Ray turns to leave. Ray turns to leave.
And you leave Maxine and Jameson in the room with Moore. And you're free to go about the rest of your evening in whatever fashion you feel appropriate.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's just them and their little delegate. I hope it's just the fool. This other one is a loose end. We need to take care of him next. What was his name? Harrison. Gotta take care of him.
We'll find him. In due time. Potentially sooner. With the rest of his mates gone. I suspect he'll be wanting revenge. Or...
I suspect he's smarter than that. Faust, I'm particularly worried. If it's more than just the four of them, and I'm right, there could be a big problem in this city. For all kindred.
if that's the case, Rei. And I'll do everything I can to protect our little shithole.
Yeah. Just a bit worried about the fact that our original home's already been guess you could say it's been, breached. It's not exactly safe anymore. But we can't afford to just abandon it either. People start asking questions.
Started taking into account that. Decided maybe it's best to plant multiple seeds.
Yeah.
They can burn down the forest. But if there's still seeds underneath the ashes, they will still grow.
I'm thinking I might explore the sewer entrances around our original residence. It might do us some good to have a bit of an escape route in case something goes wrong. And somewhere to go if shit starts to go south. Wonder if we can set up a haven in the sewers. Although I don't think the local NOS will be too happy with it. But it might be a helpful addition.
Didn't you say you were communicating with the local Nosferatu?
I suppose to Dismal. You know, that one that fucking Noel pointed us at?
Mm.
But Dismal won't do anything or tell me anything without information first. So in order to get him on side, I need to be able to provide him with what he wants. I've got nothing to pay with, so that's all I can work with.
If it's information he wants, then it's information we'll get. I'd like to have...
Except he wants information on a myth.
Are you speaking about Tyler? Or...
Urian Doyle.
the War Baron?
Yeah. Apparently the War Baron is responsible for the death of Dismal's child. Dismal wants to know where the fuck he is.
Well, incidentally, I do believe we have an expert when it comes to the research of mythology on our team.
Yeah.
You sound exhausted.
Just the thought of talking with Noel is exhausting. But at least if I've got that information, I've got something to barter with.
We'll start with that. I would like to have the local Nosferatu.
On side.
Yes. If anything.
From what I can make out, the Nosferatu and the Gangrel have some stuff in common, so I'll see what I can do.
And I'll do what I can on topside.
By the way, there's a homeless guy named Dawn. He's a fairly friendly fellow. He's connected to Dismal as well. If you catch him about, don't hurt him. Don't feed from him. He's off limits.
I'll keep that in mind.
And Ray would give a description of what Dawn actually looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Yeah, that's a surefire way to not piss off the Nosferatu. leave their stuff alone.
Understood. Now, I need to make a quick stop, change out, and I need to make a call as well tonight.
Well, I guess I'll be your chauffeur for now.
It's appreciated. Obviously, I'm without a car. Someone needs to know about this. Proceeding into my Karen persona.
Your what?
My Karen persona.
What's that?
Like you know the specifically an over-entitled middle-aged woman who is always asking for the manager, and giving the people who work customer service and cashiers and whatnot just the worst possible time.
Right.
Karen. It just sounds fitting, right? Like, there goes Karen again. Look at this Karen.
Okay, I'll leave you with that one. That's weird.
I gotta
Right?
complain. That's the whole point. I gotta be the most obnoxious complainer right now. Effectively, I apologize, Detective Muniz. No, I don't.
Right. Well, shall we get going?
Yes, please.
Your royal carriage awaits you, Your Highness. Where the fuck am I taking you?
Oh, God. I'm fitting in my nice robes, too. Let's head back to the Haven.
Strangely,
The cottage.
strangely enough, it feels good having her call you that.
Oh. Lord. Of all the things my ego needs.
Of all the things. But the two of you are headed back
Enjoy it.
to...
I'm not going to stroke it much.
What?
I said enjoy it. I'm not going to stroke it much.
Right. We're leaving that to your boyfriend, Noel.
I think he's your boyfriend now.
Oh, no. I'm not prepared for the responsibility.
So you two are headed back to the original haven.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what do you do while you're there?
I go to the room that was designated for myself, and underneath, in this like singular, there's not even a bed in this place because I don't think I've spent a consistent amount of time. Maybe a couch or a chair or something, but no bed. I go to, but there is like a little dresser that I go to and pull out some neatly folded clothing, just a button-up shirt, slacks, pants. Business casual. Because as far as I'm aware, I just got off work. And my car is gone. From there, now semi-pulled together and no longer covered in clothes that are blood-drenched or smoked. I request one last quick ride to the office.
Sebastian Investments.
No. I gotta speak with Detective Muniz first.
Sorry,
Unless I can get it.
which office were you
Donald.
headed to?
My offices. Provided. It depends. In the vehicle, I go ahead and give him a call up first.
You call Muniz?
Mm-hmm.
And he answers. Hello?
So, hi. So, you know, this is really not turning out to be my week. Because I go outside, I check my alarm, my car alarm, ring my keys, and nothing. Gone. Gone like the wind.
Okay.
My car is gone. I just got off work. Detective Muniz, it's...
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I can't help.
Then
I can give you the license plate number here. And I'm going to be calling my insurance soon, but my first thought was to contact you because there's all this other shit that's been going on. Pardon my language. There's just... Of all the things to happen, this is not what I wanted to occur in this city. It's a bit too big to be walking around.
right. So what yeah, okay. I can take all that information if you want to come down to the station.
Yes. We can make that trip.
We?
Sorry, I'm getting a ride from a friend right now.
Alright. Right. Okay. Yeah. You can come down to the station, it's fine.
Alright. Thank you. It's just... God, it's just one thing after another. I swear.
Yeah. We'll talk about it when you get here.
Alright. Thank you.
And so, is that where you're headed?
How's a quick trip to the station sound?
Can do.
Alright.
Alright.
Then to the station it is that you go. And
I would also like to note too that Rei has also changed her clothes to hide her current bullet wounds and the holes in her clothes.
yes. You know, like you do.
We are looking less like we just got shot up.
And so you head towards the police station where Detective Muniz is stationed. And when you arrive, there's Anna there, kind of walking up to you. Mr. Beaufort, I have been trying to get a hold of you. Or something. Look, I was trying to give you some heads up. There was a shooting in your neighborhood.
What?
You didn't know about that?
No, I didn't hear anything. I was in the office.
Who got shot?
Nobody, so far as I know. Look, if I'm gonna keep going like this, I'm gonna need more money.
Miss Parker, I completely understand.
You
Well,
cash apped me $100. Really?
We'll make do with this situation. I have a company rolling right now.
No,
No.
I need $1,500 a week, or I'm not doing this anymore.
1,500.
I'm not risking my job for you. I'm sorry, you're cute, but I'm not risking my job for you.
Very well. Moving into the future, I have some new business opportunities.
I don't want platitudes.
1,500. Where'd you get this number?
It's basically what I make every week.
So you make 1,500, and you're hoping to get an extra 1,500 a week for
Who asked you?
information. I'm a friend. I'm concerned.
Miss Parker, let me make something completely clear. The current position that you have within your employment is of an utmost priority and respect. Now, informing local civilians that there are certain criminal activities and forewarning them about those events
Is gonna cost me my job.
it's ensuring public safety.
If you want info that I'm not supposed to give you, mind you, she's being very quiet about this, then you need to pay up.
I'm sorry. It sounds like you're trying to embezzle him. If
Doesn't
you're willingly giving him info that you're not supposed to be giving him,
For money.
right, so he should be paying you for that specific information, not per week.
I was under the assumption it was gonna be a constant flow.
My preference is details revolving the neighborhood and the circumstances with me. Now, Ms. Parker, understand that our current business operations are under a certain contractual obligation, that of which involves per circumstance.
There's no contract here.
Maybe there should be.
No, I'm not doing this anymore. Not if you can't do what I want. Sorry. She just starts to walk away.
She has a blood bond. Miss Parker,
What?
your position in your relationship with me will end. Now understand that you're not without a support from me. But if you're going to be making an ordeal out of this, and acting without professionality, we won't be able to move forward. Are you sure you want to break this up?
We had one fling. One. So, if you want my services, whatever that might be, you're gonna pay me. I know what I'm worth. And it's not fucking $200.
ST,
Mm-hmm.
can I get a read? Is she trying to intimidate me?
That's a wit's insight. You get the feeling that she's under financial duress. Otherwise, she wouldn't necessarily be asking for more money. You get the feeling that if she'd had her way, she would absolutely bed you in a heartbeat. But right now, she is more concentrated on the financial aspects because whether she's telling the truth about her job being on the line, she might be being watched.
Miss Parker, there's something more to this you're not telling me.
I am being honest with you.
No, there's something more. If it was as simple as this, you wouldn't be under as such stress, because you know I do have you covered financially.
I
Do you know
have
this?
a kid,
You have a kid.
and yes, I told you this last time. You're so fucking forgetful.
What is going on with the child? Are they going to school?
Does that matter to you?
I need to understand beyond the current circumstances. Miss Parker, there is information here, details regarding those finances that you're not informing me of. Because otherwise you know for a fact that I have you supported. But suddenly coming forward, requesting more finances than what we initially agreed upon.
We never agreed on anything.
We did.
No, we
I
didn't.
messaged you. I provided you the details.
Well, then you'll have to send them to me again because I can't stand around like this. I've gotta go. And she starts to walk away, and just as Detective Muniz is starting to walk up. There you are.
Hello, Detective Muniz. How are you this evening?
I'm alright.
Excellent. I've had a shit time. Not gonna lie.
Right. Yeah, let's talk about that, actually. This way. And he kind of gestures you towards his desk.
Alright.
So, you said you needed to file a report that your car is missing.
Yeah, I actually just got off shift. Was filling out some paperwork at the end of the day, had no more calls coming in, and went outside. Nothing. Ran for the car alarm. Keys and all. Nothing. Looked around the parking lot. Nothing.
Okay.
It completely vanished. Completely.
There's no signs of anything. I mean, there's vehicles coming out of that office all the time, I guess. There's not going to be much. Or it's going to get too muddled, I guess.
I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. I was just finishing up papers in the office. I was there for a couple hours, and I wasn't really watching the parking lot. And then I come out, and it's just completely vanished.
And you didn't hear your alarm go off.
No. I didn't hear any alarm go off.
Okay. Then I can put in a request, I guess with you. You're in charge, right? To get the security footage.
I can definitely get that for you. Provided it's there.
I would prefer to go on site and collect it myself, actually.
Right.
I just need your written consent. And he hands you a form to sign.
Okay. Regarding that, Faust goes ahead and signs it. He knows he's just gonna have to get back to the office pretty soon here. If Muniz isn't gonna... Is Muniz gonna go there immediately?
He looks like he wants to get on that as quickly as possible. But he kind of puts that form in a folder, kind of puts it in his briefcase, and then says, "You live in the Gardendale neighborhood, right?"
I do.
What do you know about the shooting?
There was
What
a shooting.
The one that happened at the park.
There's a shooting at the park.
I'm surprised you didn't hear the gunshots. I've talked to a lot of the residents nearby, and they heard them a mile away.
Sorry, I wasn't home.
I was, again, locked up in the office.
Do you spend any time at home, Mr. Beaufort?
Well, yeah, mostly to sleep.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm just doing an investigation on that. Combing the area. The park's a crime scene. You should steer clear.
Understood.
Jesus.
Do you think it's related?
No clue. Still investigating. We'll let you know when we find something.
It's disconcerting.
Just thought I'd ask, since I'd ask every one of your neighbors. Did that all last night.
Appreciate the heads up. There's been a lot of rumors about drug rings and shit in the area.
Gang violence.
Hope it's not ramping up.
Thankfully, no bodies were found, so I don't assume any casualties, but definitely be checking in with the local hospital near there to see if there's any recent gunshot victims. See if they know anything. So, but
What is this world coming to?
this is San Antonio,
Actually-
Mr. Beaufort.
Actually, while we're here, how's the investigation on that stalker situation going?
Still investigating. It's been slow going. But you only just asked me like a couple of nights ago, so.
Yeah.
So,
Do you
unless,
think this
Regular
is-
update though.
so unless you have more leads, I don't have much more to go on.
Do you think the car is related?
Everything seems to be related with you, Mr. Beaufort. You're famous.
I guess this is what I'm getting for having a face.
This is what you're probably signed up for having a face on Forbes magazine, yeah.
Everyone wants a piece of me. Ah, heavens. Well. Your time is appreciated once more, Detective Muniz. Here's the plate's number. You can go ahead and run, see if you can find anything, if any vehicles show up.
Certainly keep an eye out.
Alright. I suppose I'll just contact my insurance now.
You do that.
I thought I would report with you first. Because, I'm being concerned.
Well, getting the police on the scene would have been more ideal, but,
My initial concern was that it might be related to the ongoing case. Considering.
in which case it would have come on my desk either way.
Like,
I think it was a bit of a panic response, honestly, officer.
Yeah, because, could have had some investigators out on the scene.
Sorry about that.
You win some, you lose some.
we'll keep you updated, Detective Reyes.
Any more leads, just let me know.
Will do. You have yourself a good evening. I need sleep. That's what I need.
Rest well. And he seems pretty genuine when wishing you that.
Faust smiles. He nods. Wishing you well as well. Let me know if you need any more details.
Any more leads you have, that's really what I need right now.
Understood. And with that, Faust ends that interaction. And he gets back into the car with Rei. Buckles up. Or the truck with Rei. Buckles up. He just turns to her.
Huh? What?
The security cameras, they don't record anything.
Dummy security cameras, yeah. I've seen them plenty of times. Good deterrent, not good for much else.
Yeah. We have a guy, he's kind of slouch fella who keeps an eye on them, but he doesn't really keep any videotapes or anything like that. Half the time he's asleep, so.
Probably hope that he wasn't asleep when you took the car out then. Or that he was asleep.
Nah, I make sure he's asleep.
God, that sounds suspicious as hell.
Ray, you start to
Look, at
wonder
this
if...
point, I think I need to sleep.
Ray, you start to wonder if... What Faust is famous for, and how sus that might be.
Yeah, actually.
Kind of crosses your mind a little bit.
Hey, Faust.
Yes.
I keep hearing about you being famous and whatnot. How exactly did you end up on the cover of Forbes magazine?
It was for a business startup, financial investment. As well as a discreet reporting regarding a certain financial institution's embezzlement. It's funny, everyone thinks I'm the one who embezzled.
You haven't done anything that might lead a trail straight back to you, have you?
other than looking pretty.
Right. As if I remember right, that was one of the things that Moore was looking into with you on the surface. Embezzling.
No. I suppose it's more suspicious the fact that I was actually able to uncover that precise issue. There was a casino out in Dallas. They had some funds being resourced. Fake lotteries. Fake gambling. All the machines were tapped. Whole mess of a situation. I just happened to catch wind of it.
Something you should keep an eye on then, I reckon. Keep an eye on that girl too. She's gonna squeeze you for every penny she can.
I'm almost wondering what exactly it is she needs that much money for. A kid? Sure. I guess, but
Maybe she's the one making payments to baby daddy.
Wasn't that rough?
Or maybe somebody's putting the squeeze on her.
That sounds more appropriate.
You should be careful how much you give her. Work out a deal with her. Get it set in stone. 'Cause if you don't, she's just going to keep upping the price.
I'll figure something out.
And don't make it a constant flow. Pay her for the information she gives you, not for existing as an information source.
It was never the intent from the beginning.
She doesn't seem to think that. Make it real damn clear.
Well, baby steps.
Gives her incentive to give you information in the first place. She knows that she's going to get paid per information. It makes her want to give you more because she gets paid for more.
Yep. As it just so turns out, though, this week, afraid I'm a little strapped.
Yeah. That gun wasn't cheap. Sorry about that.
Certainly okay.
Think it came in handy though.
Believe so.
So where to now?
Well, I suppose now we take it back to the chapel. Check in on the other two.
It is approaching 5 o'clock, after all.
Righto.
In the meantime, there was... Noel was digging a grave for the deceased amongst the church. And Noel, you see as Maria starts to approach with her vehicle towards the church again. And you've only really just started shoveling dirt back onto the two that you were burying.
Yes, digging a hole that's big enough for two corpses is not easy. Noel currently is just dutifully working away at it to get it done.
Maria ends up pulling up, tries to get the car out of the way. She ends up taking the time to end up watching from inside the car before she eventually keeps the engine running. Make sure the lights are out. She doesn't, kind of watches Noel as he shows the last bit of dirt. She has to presume the two of them are down there. Never saw it herself. What else is he gonna do with it? Put it up as a modern art masterpiece. Walks up beside him, taking a look at what was once a hole he dug. Now a small mound of dirt. It's gonna take a few weeks to settle, you know that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware. We're out in the middle of nowhere, pretty much. I don't think anyone's really gonna question a small mound of dirt in the middle of nowhere.
Kidding.
Animals.
You watch enough monster films and horror flicks, we know what a mound of dirt means. Sorry. Piss poor attempt at humor, I guess.
The attempt is appreciated. And he'd speak a phrase in Latin. He's not fluent in Latin, just for the question of linguistics and whatnot, but it is a phrase that he knows. And basically it reads, as we commit another body to the ages, we pray to whatever higher power that guides you to rest in peace.
Suppose this is where I say amen.
And no would nod. That would be appropriate, yes.
Amen.
Right. Now that that's done, is there anything you need?
Yeah, shovel.
And he kind of looks to the shovel that's placed a little bit off to the side.
Good.
All right.
We gotta go for a drive.
All right. I'll grab the shovel, I guess. Noel sounds a little confused, but he'll go and grab the shovel and.
You got a vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Gonna get it. Only got a few hours to fill up 2 trunks.
Yeah. And I'll go and get my vehicle.
You're starting to wonder what she means by fill up 2 trucks.
Yeah. I am very, very curious about that, but at the same time, we're also not on the best ground, and she could take my head off at any point without hesitation. So I'm just gonna go along with it.
Smart man.
She doesn't say much else. Starts getting in leading the way. Waits for Noel to end up getting himself packed up and ready to go. Starts driving. I believe it's southeast. Long ways out. Kinda heading out of town. Long ways out.
And he'd follow. It wouldn't take very long for him to get packed up.
Hope not. It's a shovel in the back of a car.
Yeah. So he's able to follow very, very quickly. So, although he's getting concerned as he drives, following you, where it's like, I'm not gonna get beaten in the back of the head with a. I'm not gonna be forced to dig my own grave, get beaten in the back of the head with a shovel, and then buried, am I? It's just a thought that goes through his head as they're driving out there.
From what you've heard of the Sabbat, they do that pretty frequently.
Yes. The shuffle head. So vulgar.
You kind of drive in silence.
Yeah. I'm trying to keep my mind, but this is. We're going out to someplace very special.
Someplace very special indeed. The place where you were drugged from a van, the back of a van, where you saw that monstrous, hideous thing. And that thing drug you out into the trees, forced you to dig your own grave with your own bare hands the entire night, and shoved you into it. After embracing you. The thought of that hideous face. That scraggly brown hair, that tendril of a tongue, that spindly armed figure, roach-like. Veronica, Carnage called her.
Yeah. Out in the middle of the woods. Pull up. Eventually. And I back the car up. Kind of visually signal for Noel to turn his car around. And point right beside us to park right beside me. I'll eventually turn the engine off. Alright. We're here.
Was this stop and you get told that Noel would jump out of the car, kind of look around. Yes, we are here. Where is here?
She pops out of the trunk. Picks up, I'm gonna guess, a crowbar or something. She didn't exactly bring her own digging tools, not like she carries a lot of garden tools, but starts walking. Eyes closed for a moment. So she's trying to get the feel. Eventually her eyes open suddenly. And she sticks the ball on the ground. Right here.
Maria, there are so many memories that start flooding you right now.
Yeah. Imagine what a few. It's a bit of a maybe nervous twitch. The eye head is rotating every so often, place to place.
What if she's still out there in the woods?
Been over a year. Whether she's gonna sit out here and wait for my sorry ass to return. Or maybe I just gotta tell myself that. Look to know. This is the spot. Get digging. She pops the trunk. Gonna need 2 trunkfuls.
Right. And why do we need 2 trunkfuls of dirt? He's starting to dig anyway, but
Because I ain't gonna end up sticking around much longer if we don't. And quite frankly, I figure you're an expert on digging graves.
I mean, not really, but
You're the most
Alright.
experienced out of all of us right now, as far as I know.
yes, by experience you mean 1.
2.
And he's still digging. He stops as you say 2, and he looks up at you. 2. And he continues shoveling.
Yeah. After a minute, after maybe like 2 souls. Well, this is your 3rd.
That makes him stop again, and he's like, I'm sorry, what?
This is your 3rd grave you dug.
Okay. Now I need to ask, is someone going into this grave?
No, she already climbed out of it.
Oh.
Don't worry. I know for a fact you can scream in the top of your lungs and no one's coming. Well, maybe that should worry you. Don't worry, you're going back. Better drive 2 cars on my own.
Well, out of the circumstances, I'll take it, I guess. And he continues shoveling.
She's
But-
pacing as you'd shovel.
It has clicked for him. At least somewhat. She needs this dirt to survive somehow, and he's thinking in his mind. He's thinking that this might be something to do with her little weakness, just as they all have one. Noel knows that much. This must have... He can't drink Vitae without going absolutely crazy. This must have something to do with hers. As to the specifics, not a clue, but
She takes a moment. She's just looking out in the woods. Yeah, she's convinced herself that Veronica's not out there, but doesn't stop her thinking it. Watching as if she is. Like she can just come out of the trees or the ground or someplace. Takes a minute before she starts speaking.
You do hear the animals out there.
anyone in particular catch my eye?
There's a couple of crows.
Yeah, I think it's worth the risk. Rouse blood. Hungry. I don't like it. But gonna try and speak with the crows. If they've seen any other people walking around or bodies walking around.
You start speaking to the crow, and it seems a little taken aback that it can understand you, and that you can understand it.
Maria's still speaking plain old English, by the way. She's not making any bird calls or anything like that. She is literally talking to it as though she would talk to a human being, though the language may be simplified.
It just kind of caws at you, as if saying, "Who are you?"
Well, be honest with you, I don't know.
Silly red thing.
That's what I'd be then. Red thing. Do you know, are there any other things like me walking around? Anything you've seen tonight?
Another silly thing.
Another silly thing. Yeah. Walk on here, 2 legs, no wings. Wears funny things like this. She gestures to her clothing.
It kind of caws like it's giggling. Yeah, I've seen one.
Was it here recently?
What's recently? This night?
Ah,
Yes. Since the moon's been out, I've seen it. It only comes out when the moon comes out.
Only comes out.
She's a friend, though.
Friend. What's she call herself?
Sing song.
Sing song.
I'll go get her. And then it goes to fly away.
Turns. Well, we're about to get company. Maria's terrified. She's hoping that her worst nightmare is not about to be true. But what's worse is if they don't make with the... don't end up there greeting properly. It's not like they're hunting anything. Yeah. A lot to be worried about.
You don't even have half of the trunk full before a figure in the dark, a silhouette, starts approaching. There's not a whole lot of light out here, but you see some glowing red eyes.
I have to assume that you are Sing Song.
That's what they call me, yes.
When I found out that you were here, thought it'd be rude to hide.
I'm just very curious. They said you were here, so I'd come see what's going on. What? You're digging a hole.
Yeah. My name is Maria Higg. This is Noel Stonefold.
You must be the one that they unearthed, or that unearthed themselves a year ago.
Yeah.
We've never met. I'm Melody.
Pleasure to meet you, Melody. I'm incredibly nervous right now.
As you should be. These are my wilds.
Thought that's kind of why I wanted to make sure that at least talk.
And you see that a crow kind of just lands on her shoulder.
That's a friend of yours, right?
I have plenty of friends out here.
Yeah, I'm still rough with that. I'm not sure if I have anything left over, maybe some old bits, but welcome to it for the introduction.
Yeah, we're just fine. Lovely night, isn't it?
Yeah.
If it weren't for the damn rain.
That's why you only come out when the moon's up, right?
That's right.
So, man, I thought you might have been like a werewolf or something for all I know. Like, they actually exist, and now, yeah, a lot to be nervous about.
San
I'm sure
Antonio's too urban for werewolves, dear. No, you go somewhere out, somewhere rural. You might find a wolf or two.
Wait. I can hear them talking, right?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Melody's talking in plain English.
Yeah. And the mention of, oh, it's too urban for werewolves, but if you go out rural, you get a wolf, you'll find a wolf or two. Considering Maria was talking about werewolves, would I know, like, anything?
Give me an intelligence occult.
Hey, given my rating, I thought I would ask.
You most definitely probably do know that werewolves exist. It's just how much you know.
How much do you know about Texas werewolf culture, if any?
Yeah, I'm not gonna rouse for this one, I don't think. I'm not gonna rouse the blood search for this one. And I'll spend a willpower too. I'm getting a willpower back. I did complete my design this session, so that's pretty much free. That's 4.
Okay. You obviously know that werewolves exist. You obviously know that they are incredibly dangerous to kindred. The entire reason that enough kindred flock towards cities is to perhaps avoid that as a possibility. But so far as you know, Melody's right that San Antonio and many urban cities are a little too rural for any lone werewolf to come. But if there was a pack, they could wreck house out of a city, no question. At least according to the stories. far as how many live in Texas, there haven't been enough stories around to really
I wouldn't.
get an idea.
I wouldn't know, but the things that I would know is that they're exceptionally dangerous to kindred, and that even a Bruja or a Venturer would be likely to get torn in half by one of these things with nary a sweat.
According to the stories.
Noel would speak up from the digging that he's doing. He's digging it wide but shallow, so that it settles easier. Takes a lot less time to settle a shallow area than it does to settle a deep hole. And he's like, yeah, I would hope that nothing like that is living anywhere near here.
No, I tend to make sure of that.
You handle that.
Well, handle is a strong word. Let's just say I'd know it if they were to ever come.
And I highly appreciate that, for the fact that if they were to come, they would be able to tear all of us apart with nary a sweat. Or if the stories are true, at least.
Melody.
I tend to believe those stories.
Melody.
Yes.
I hope you don't find this rude, but you heard him.
Yes. I mean, you did spring out of the ground like a tree. And this is my domain. And Marjani's kind of a rumor monger.
Yeah, that's what I hear. But
Can't blame a girl, but
can I ask a really stupid question?
there's no such thing as a stupid question, my dear.
Yeah, but I'm usually very nervous about asking. You can talk to that thing too.
Yeah. Takes
I
a little
only
work,
know
but yeah.
two that do that. Two clans. I guess the best way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
You're not. She kind of points to herself.
No. No, you're the only one.
I'm sorry. It might sound stupid, but I was kind of hoping that wasn't the case.
You might be the only one of your clan, but you're not the only one who can talk to animals, at least. So you got some commonality.
Yeah, I guess. Told my other talent has kind of like what you guys do, but yours is a lot more, well, less nightmare fuel and more Swiss Army knife.
Well,
But
Some-
if you don't,
some gangrel tend to delve into that sort of thing. No, I'm more of a... What do they call me? The urban druid?
if I might quote the only thing I know about my clan, the children of the night, what sweet music they make. I'm sorry. So I guess that means you already know what we're doing out here.
I have an idea why you would need some dirt. Not that I know much about Zemisi.
Well, chalk
I've-
that one true then.
I've lived in San Antonio for, how long has it been now? I forget these things. Yeah, it's been a long time.
If you don't mind me saying, I've only met one other gangrel. I'm presuming that.
Yep.
And you're not as, kind of, like, help. What's the word to describe Rei without getting torn to shreds by Melody?
We have a member of your clan in our coterie. She's a bit more, I suppose rough and tumble is the right way to put it. Of course, that's not to say that you would not be able to get rough and tumble yourself if you felt the desire and or need to.
I'm pretty sure that's the reason we're still standing, Noel.
Thankfully, I don't feel the need to.
Yes, very thankfully. He pipes up his... He hasn't stopped digging.
In fact, I'm pretty sure the pace has quickened.
Yeah, he probably has picked up the pace just a little bit.
And she just smiles. Seems pretty genuine as far as you can tell.
I'm kind of getting like the grandma vibes from her.
Do you want some help?
Yeah, that'd be fantastic, but we only have one shovel. We had to, not like a hardware store was open and be quite out of the way, and by the time we got out here, I don't think we would have gotten enough time to get back.
That's a pity.
Yeah. Pretty sure 2 cars parked in the ground, hiding a trunk filled with dirt, probably wouldn't be the greatest thing to be found.
That's okay, I can deal with my hands.
Maria reaches like she's about to help and then just pauses. And just starts shaking.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Not about to flip out, are you, child?
Oh no. Last time I put my hands in this, I ended up getting buried under it, man. Why, he's out here. Which I think that would be the first time Noel has ever had Maria even subconsciously acknowledge that she could not do this.
Yeah, and Noel would take note of it, but not say anything about it.
Honestly, I half expected to end up running into my maker out here. That's why I had to talk to... She points to the bird.
Yes, little Joey here is a very vigilant eye. She kind of gives the crow a little bit of a scritch under his beak.
Maria starts going into passage aside, seeing if she left any old spits during her breathing days. Not like they go bad.
And you do have whatever it is you're looking for as far as like little food bits.
Yeah. It's just sunflower seeds. Kind of pops it open, folds it out to make sure that it's fine for the birds.
And you see that the one that she called Joey, the one that was perched on her shoulder, kind of looks at them and then starts pecking at them. Well, he seems to take a liking to you.
Well, I think I'm still trying to figure it out. How to talk to him. Honestly, every time I tried to talk to Diamond, it's been mostly just, I need a place that's warm, or Is it? Can I eat yet? That's it. Diamond's a rattler that I ended up finding not too long ago.
Ah, yeah.
Kind of wrapped in experiment and trying to figure me out. Because when your only textbook on figuring this shit out it was written by Bram Stoker, there's a problem.
Yeah. I found rattlers are not necessarily all that intelligent.
No, but that helps a lot. And
Crows, though. Parrots. Hogs.
hogs.
Find some really smart creatures out there.
Yes.
Hogs,
Both
pigs.
smart and deadly to model.
They're very smart. If I knew where one was, I'd call one over here to root with us, but I don't think Jack's out tonight.
Well, would you mind if it's not too much trouble? Like, I can pick up some stuff downtown and bring it out here if you want. I mean, I think I'd like to have another conversation. Yeah, if it's all right. Your domain.
I'm not bothered, kiddo. Just don't be feasting on my birds.
Yeah, we got our own place to hunt on, and I've tried to respect that.
Fair enough.
But you're the only one I've had a cordial conversation with that didn't turn into. I think you can imagine.
Jameson's prickly,
So
and I understand why the four of you are together. But I'm not gonna let that color my first impressions.
I hope that it's been a decent one.
I'm intrigued. I'm curious about you, just like you're curious about me, so it really only makes sense, doesn't it?
I guess.
And the only way you're gonna answer your questions is by spending time with people who can answer them, right?
Well, I'd like to end up knowing. I'd like to end up knowing how this all works, especially when it comes to dealing with animals. He already gave me a little bit of insight. I think that's a start.
Well,
And
I've got lots of years of talking with animals on my back, under my belt. I guess that's a saying.
long, hard road.
And longer still.
I hope so. Is there anything you need from downtown? I
Downtown.
figure it's only appropriate.
I don't know if I can go downtown at all.
Well, I figure that might be the reason why I might not make the offer. If I'm traveling to and from, or if Noel here wants to stop by and you're curious, right?
I am, but I don't think I need anything from Batista.
I guess. I just thought it'd be polite to offer. I'd like to think even if I'm dead, Southern hospitality is not.
You're a polite kid. Don't ever lose that.
I'm trying. Think I got some good teachers.
'Cause I can already tell you're looking sickly, kid.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a big concern. kind of goes and takes a moment herself. Sits on the hood of her car. She can't bring herself to dig her own grave again. Noel with Melody.
And Melody does start to help you, Noel, kind of taking big like she's got some real pull behind her for being a slightly frail looking woman, where she's not having a really hard time at all scooping up like shirtfuls of dirt, just using her hands, digging pretty deep into the hard dirt, because Texas soil is not kind.
No, it's not, and it's actually a good thing that Maria did bring that crowbar just in case there was any rocks or hard dirt barriers, compressed. Sometimes dirt can compress into a stone-like substance, much like sandstone, which you'll need a crowbar to break, so it's a good thing that Maria brought that along.
So you tell me about yourself, kid. What brings you here? I mean, aside from digging a hole for your friend here.
What brings me here? I suppose there's a lot of different answers to that question. Just depends on what kind of context you want.
Well, it's usually polite to talk about yourself in sort of an introductory fashion. Do you not know how to do that?
Oh, of course, I apologize. I'm not very good with people, but as Maria had said earlier, my name is Noel Stoneford. I am a child of Hakim.
You kind of look like a smarty pants.
Yeah, I'd like to consider myself a somewhat learned individual. As for being out here,
Well, aside from digging the hole for your friend, because, you know, it's a polite thing to do.
besides that, just a show of solidarity more than anything else.
Solidarity.
I mean, we were put together as a coterie by the dear Baron Jameson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure him knowing full well that the mixture of personalities and idiosyncrasies would lead to conflict.
That's a $3 word.
I mean, more or less, I'm sure the Baron had in mind that if things didn't work out, we'd just end up taking ourselves out, and then he wouldn't have to worry.
And you think the Baron thinks like that?
I don't think he thinks like that as his primary train of thought, but I think it's something that crossed his mind.
Baron Jameson's always struck me as the kind who'd stick up for the little guy. Give them their shot.
Oh, yeah, no, exactly right. That is why we're all not Ash right now.
Well, given some of your histories, he could have done that. Would have been safer too. Probably had been advised to do that, but he's kinder than you think.
No, he most definitely is. But as I said, I'm sure that the thought had crossed his mind, because not so much as a unkind thing, more as it is the tiniest of assurances that one way or another the coterie is not a problem. Either by us not being a problem, or by us sorting ourselves out.
And you seem to understand his reasoning, too.
Yeah, I definitely understand it. I mean, with the exception of Maria, the rest of us come from cities that are predominantly cam. Everyone's got suspicions, rightfully so.
You can't really hold it against people. They'll probably have that. They'll probably be thinking that for the next 20 years at least.
Oh yeah. No, most definitely.
That's if you run across people who don't hold grudges.
Hmm.
People who hold grudges, they'll hang on to that for a century.
It's why I've decided to let my actions speak louder than my words. I could say until the last little bits of life leave my vitae that I'm not Cam, I'm not Cam. The only way that I'm gonna prove it is by showing that I'm not. It's true for anyone else in the same position. And I think Baron Jameson respects that above everything else. It's easy to pay lip service. It's harder to back it up.
Seems like you understand the Baron more than you really let on.
I'd like to think that I have a little bit of an understanding of people and politics and how it works. Not enough to play the game with any major proficiency, but enough that maybe I can avoid having my head cut off, so that I might be able to do some good. Oh, good.
Yes, well. And it's kind of about that moment that the trunk is full.
Which trunk? Both of them, or just the first one?
The first one.
Then pop the other one, get started on the second one.
And she helps
wanted
you.
both trunks. She wanted both. She wanted both trunks. Maria wants both trunks. She's getting both trunks. But as Noel digs, he kind of considers his words. But I suppose this is also a bit of self-discovery about the different ways upon which our kind manifest, the different clans, the things that they're capable of. Because maybe if I have a bit of an understanding about that, I can help Maria piece together a bit about herself. Because I mean, I know the names: Bruja, Gangrel, Nosferatu, Malkavian, Ministry, Ventru, Toreador, and all of that, but if there's one that I know the least about, it's Zamisi.
Not many of them actually make any haven or travel even. San Antonio.
Yeah, as I know, I'm the first, Maria says. You're just sitting on the front of the car. It's not like you can't hear this conversation.
Yeah, Noel's not hiding it. Not in the least. But I figure that The more that I learn, the more I might be able to help fill in some of the gaps.
Last I heard of any Zamisi was up near Amarillo, and that was before the events of a year ago.
Hmm.
And even then,
Amarillo.
that doesn't say much.
Amarillo. That's a city predominantly run by, what are they called? The Sabbat, right?
Well, if you can call it run by the Sabbat.
Hmm.
It was a Camarilla city a couple of years back. One of the real Camarilla bastions here in Texas. And it got wiped out by a pretty big pack. As far as I know, anyway.
Hmm.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
and then, near as I can figure, part of that pack came here.
That was the one that came over here. Maybe what I ain't.
From what I can gather.
Yes.
Now,
That
unless
one and
Warsi has some Samisi, or, Houston has some Zamisi. That's the last I've heard of them in Texas.
well, I wasn't aware of any Zamisi in Houston. It's the city I'm from.
You're from Houston?
Hmm.
Oh, how about that?
It's a Cam city, although I never subscribed to that.
Hmm.
My sire and I were traditional Assyrian, Middle Eastern sect.
Ooh.
When he talks with those $3 words, I don't know what he means either.
I basically grew up with the old way of thinking. Back when they used to call my clan the Assamites.
Oh.
And then the entire truce pact thing happened between my clan and the Camarilla, and my sire and I decided that we wanted no part of it. And we left Houston and came here.
Uh-huh. That would mean Alia is your sire.
That is correct, yes.
I've met her. She's weird.
This is one of those
But I
things
met her.
that you did something stupid and just got us in hot water with you, and now we're incidentally digging our own grave on me going back to it.
No.
Sorry, that seems like a bit of information that's suddenly going to come back to bite us in the ass.
No, Alia's weird, but I don't hate her.
Okay, good.
I have no reason to.
I'm a little nervous right now.
No, kid, you don't got nothing to worry about me.
Suppose if I ever made something to worry about, you'd be the least of them.
Yeah, just consider me like a grandma or something.
My,
I'm old enough to be your grandma.
I get the impression that you're a lot older than that.
Probably 100 times older than that.
I get in concept we are going to be here for a while. Like, you just spend night after night in these woods, and that's good enough for you.
Yeah, why not? Got plenty of food. And generally speaking, I'm called upon when, somebody needs wise words, because grandma type.
you... He stops.
How do I what?
I've been having a need. And sometimes things spiral and I get that. But how do you look yourself in the mirror? Dang. You already see it. I've been warned about this. Means a part of my soul's gone. What I'm hearing. How do you stop it? How do you live with it? How is it that you...
It takes a degree of knowing yourself. Who you are versus the beast. See, gangrel tend to be... I wouldn't necessarily say friendly, but understanding of what the beast wants, or what the beast needs, and understanding that, yes, sometimes it's going to lash out. That sometimes it's hard to resist. Knowing that and separating yourself from that in a way where you understand, because the beast doesn't understand like clothing and civility and
Southern hospitality.
the niceties, yeah. The beast doesn't get that, doesn't need that. The beast is our baser instincts as animals. It's food, shelter, protection,
Territory.
staying away from other predators. It's the animal instinct in you. And understanding that it's the animal instinct, you know, because the thing that I try to keep in my mind and I try to remember is that the beast, it was there when I was human. It's those impulses, those random thoughts that you would get, like, oh, I want to wring this guy's neck, but like on a exponential level. I'm using big words for Mr. Stoneford here. That I'm not really any different than what I was. Just know that it's louder than it was. Than when I was alive. And sticking to your moral values. And what the things that make you human, like hospitality, like clothing, like greeting people politely, like all of that kind of stuff. And even for me, treating the animals of this forest, this woods, like I would humans. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's how I approach it. And it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen that it whittles away at you. Because ultimately the beast does win. But knowing what that looks like and understanding yourself is important to keep it at bay. Self-awareness.
And wise indeed. I mean, I've seen it manifest differently in the different kindred that I've met across my relatively short time being alive. There's always those slight differences.
But it's always the same. Food, shelter, protection. As long as you have your baser instincts fulfilled, then what more do you need? All it is at that point is what you want.
That's gonna take some time for us.
If your baser needs are fulfilled, then you can do whatever you want after that.
No, I think that's enough to.
Yeah.
To interrupt the rest of Sing Song's night.
You can call me Sing Song if you want.
I like it. I don't know, there's just something about that. I don't think I mind being called a red thing. To which Noel would have no context as to either of those names.
Nope.
And you see that little Joey just kind of gives a caw.
She takes the remainder of the scene back, opposite to Melody.
It's a pleasure
Figured.
meeting you.
I'll try and end up bringing a little bit more down the road, just as a gift.
Mm-hmm.
Figured mess with somebody, might as well be the bird first, and then the owner. She kind of tilts her head, not sure what you end up calling this relationship.
I wouldn't necessarily call him a pet. I don't own him. More like he owns me.
Like a house cat.
Yeah, like a house cat. I prefer birds to house cats anyway.
Joey's big enough to eat a house cat, so you must be feeding him good.
He's well fed.
I can tell.
Plenty of rodents out here to munch on, and plenty of seeds, and plenty of whatever else he wants to put his little beak on.
Well, Noel, if you have any questions, now's the time to ask them. I think we need to start heading out.
Yes, I need to get back to my shelter.
I will accept that invitation.
I cannot think of anything at the moment, but
Birds eat rats, rodents. Feed Joey, and that might be enough. She turns to Joey. What'd you call him?
It's almost as if the bird's thinking about what to say. Pretty. Big head.
Okay. Alright. Thank you very much. We better get going.
You have a good night.
Let's go, pretty big head.
Noel just kind of gives her this glance of, what? Okay.
Melody just kind of chuckles.
Yes, you have a good rest of your night, Melody. Noel would.
She just kind of waves, and her eyes go back to glowing red, and she walks into the woods.
All right. I'll do some. Oops, sorry, go
Oh.
ahead first.
No. You want to keep your headset down. Maria stops as she's about to hit the car and looks, waiting for Noel to get into his on the driver's side. Looks across the way over the hood. No. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to thank me, but you're welcome.
Do, and this is me trying. We're trying right now. We're not quite on speaking terms right now, but we're not. You're not trying to cut me in half. I'm not trying to tear your head off. Well, you currently did me a solid, and we both ended up coming out from a fucking firefight and a fucking monstrosity. God, Jesus, forgive me, and I'm swearing. Suffice it to say, this is my attempt at that same olive branch that I've been trying to end up growing for quite some time.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go get you fed and maybe myself something. And worst case scenario, we can get to hating on each other later.
I suppose that works. And he'll make sure everything is secure, load up, and
So is everyone headed back to the church then? That include Faust and Rei.
what was that, Coffee?
Is Faust and Rei headed back to the church as well?
Yes, we've been nodding on camera.
Yep.
Oh, I wasn't watching the camera, sorry. Alright. So the four of you do ultimately meet up back at the church. Noel and Maria start unloading the dirt from the trunk, wherever it needs to be.
Bring it right down to the basement.
Yep.
Only one trunk worth. Maria's gonna keep her own trunk. Yep, car trunk full. Truck, I should say.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Mobile bed.
In the event that you need to secure some other haven. But
Well, on an out-of-character note, she's not aware she only needs about 2 or 3 handfuls. As far as she's concerned, she needs to be surrounded with it. She's not sure how thin she can spread it.
mm-hmm. But the four of you have arrived here. Alia has finished up what she was attempting, but it doesn't look like it's going to last longer than the night. She says that she is going to have to attempt again.
Yep. And we're gonna make sure, now that we don't have a massive thorn in the side to deal with, that your feeding happens a lot more efficiently. Isn't that right, Faust? And he looks over at Faust with a look that says, "Yes, we had more to deal with last time. You're not getting out of it this time."
That's correct. He's short. There isn't a lot of back and forth communication happening with him right now. It'll be done.
Settle in for a rest, Faust.
You two look like you had a long night.
Baron's gonna have a chat with the others, with the other barons. We had to leave our nuisance with him.
Good.
Fantastic.
So that's not our problem anymore.
We, Noel was kind enough to bury the remains. Thank you.
Oh. I've got to voice myself. I feel like we're doing a lot of unnecessary things. There's a lot of unnecessary death happening. I hold a staunch belief that you shouldn't waste. And I feel like we're wasting a lot. So what do we do about this?
I guess I gotta end up asking you, referring to the 3 bodies we end up dragging through these halls, or something else.
Them and others beforehand.
Well, now that there's no longer any further complications in the way, none that are predictable, that is. Unpredictable. Let's focus on the original intent. Secure our space. Gather resources. We're starving. That's the first thing. Every hunt tends to turn into a whole entire catastrophe if we're not careful. And as of right now, we are expending more of that blood than what we are actively using. What we can actively sustain. So, aside from that, I don't want this happening again. I'm ensuring it.
We do that. No offense, Ray, but your feeding habits don't exactly end it politely. And I'll just say that I'm starting to realize there's a reason faces change very quickly on milk cartons.
Yeah. Why do you think I hunt alone?
In
But-
case it goes wrong.
Since we've been together, I've killed one person to feed off of. One. And I'm worried because I have to kill people to eat. But you guys, I'm so concerned.
This shit don't bother me. She stops herself, realizing she's swearing. I understand to an extent what you're trying to say. But I don't know how else I can help. And you're right. Especially with my own gifts, the taxing. Told you all that from the jump.
So,
But
I think a herd needs to be established.
how do you start doing that? I have a small thing, but I already tapped into it much as I can already. Just trying to get through this whole crisis. And chance, but Faust, you haven't exactly had a chance to end up dealing with any operations right now. You dress fancy, but I think we've talked about it. You're still finding businesses that you can end up doing around here, right? How do we even start on?
Our best resources for that are people. That was the whole point of the barbecue, right? Getting to know people,
Yeah, we got a
to
few.
know who's what.
Yeah, we got a few.
So we need to figure out who we can pull in for that kind of thing. I won't be taking any part of that, though. Because for me, it's...
People. Yeah.
Yeah. But for you three, you need something. So how do we get that? The people that we now know, how do we get them coming to us?
Might have a start. I think Faust was there when Pretty Young Thing ended up coming in. Invited over to a public domicile. And I ended up rebuilt her there. She's very happy with my presence because of, you know. So I think that's a start. She's letting me know everybody who comes in and out of the diner, who's regular, who's not. Who will be missed, who won't be.
That's a good way to start. So do we want to make that our main hunting ground?
Got somebody who has eyes on the place, knows when people are poking around.
Okay.
No, that's not everything. I don't know. Maybe we need to end up finding something. I feel kind of twisted in the wind right now, personally, and I acknowledge everything you're saying, right? Trying. Where do we go from here? You're right, we need to feed. Right now, I'm 2 points past the hip. Yeah, getting things straight, to be honest. I know it's only gonna get worse from here. I don't know how well Noel's holding up, and I don't even know how Faust is still standing right now outside of a miracle from Jesus Christ himself.
Well, you gotta hand it to us. As a whole. All the odds stacked against us. We're still kicking. I think we have more of a chance. Not one. So let's not dilly-dally with it.
It's the play.
Pull resources together. Once again. Gather information. Create contacts in the neighborhood. For Rei, she's already got set up in the underground. We've already got this concept of gang violence going on. How hard would it be to make the suggestion that that's happening?
It's gonna make Mahjani real mad.
Unless we make it to her benefit. She said she wanted a business built up again. So do I.
Really want to be dealing to our own people.
We'll be selective. We'll know who wants it. And we'll know who's safe. Following that, those who are safe will be the ones selected for the herd. The people we partake on. If each of us have a select group of individuals, then we'll all be able to sustain our resources individually. It might be better to stay spread out, because accruing it all together at once, without having our own reserves, could endanger us as a whole. I'm starting to understand. Please.
Stop making our own individually. Then stop making one for the whole. Do I get that right?
Correct.
We gotta have our own fallback.
If one of us goes down, then it starts to drag all of us down. But if we're able to catch each other, have some sort of support system, net one another, then we'll be able to maintain. We'll be able to persevere. Following that, we need to have a lot of information. A lot of information. Everything going on within the entirety of this domain needs to be under our eyes. And we need to set a failsafe.
Alright. I'll start seeing what I can find. Eyes and ears.
Flood walls to catch a tsunami.
Yeah, blood walls to catch a tsunami. But Rei, you
Yeah.
said that Jameson. You said that Jameson was going to go talk to the other barons, right?
Yeah.
That means the other two barons might be liable to come talk to us.
Oh, that's the last thing we need.
That's an opportunity, actually.
Quite.
Sometimes I think you're all crazy.
You might think that. But it's an opportunity for us to have ourselves known as useful. And the more useful we are, the less likely they are to just off us.
Yes, make oneself indispensable. And no matter how much they don't like you, they'll at least keep you around. Because, I mean, building these resources and herds and everything doesn't mean anything if the other two barons look at us and go, we want them dead.
At the end of the day, it's Jameson we gotta end up keeping up with.
That's exactly right. At the same time, though, I'm a little bit concerned that what we've run into is just the tip of the iceberg. I expressed that to Jameson, which is why he's going to go talk to the other barons.
Alright? If that's the case, I'll make some calls. See what I can do. I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna make a guess as to what Faust's doing. Rei, you're gonna be establishing your own, I guess you'd call it a tag system to make sure you know who can go away and no one will be missed, and who's actual local.
Yeah, I'll do what I can.
And no, what are you up to? You up to all this? If you don't, I got some.
I'm the guy who's there to help, pretty much.
Good. Crazy idea. But Melody ended up talking to us tonight. One of yours, actually, right?
One of
Man.
mine.
Outlander.
Clan.
So another gang girl.
Yeah, old grandma figure. She keeps a lot of friends.
Yes,
Anyway.
and don't piss her off lest you get the La Chancla.
What?
Right. Okay. Well, suffice it to say, she made mention of that there's some head of mine. Where'd she say they were from? No?
The yours.
Yeah,
The Amarillo.
Umbrella. I want to know.
Isn't that where Carnage was doing his shit?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if I can end up getting something. Tell me a little bit. See if I can figure out how to make this a little bit more worthwhile. I want you to end up making the whole correspondence thing. You're good with letters, you're good with information, you're good with books and reading and research. Might as well put that noggin to use somehow. If you ain't gonna be on the streets, then we might as well end up getting you, you know.
Into the books.
Pencils.
Yeah, I can do that.
By the way,
Yeah.
no, you're familiar with the shit concerning Urian Doyle, right?
I know the legend of the War Baron, yeah.
Do you know where I might be able to start looking for him?
Noel just kind of spits. I'm sorry. I need to get this straight with you for a moment. You want me to help you look for an urban legend?
Trust me, I'd rather not ask you. But I need something to barter with Dismal with. That's what he wants. So I need to see if I can't get it.
Right.
ST,
Mm-hmm.
if I recall, did that name not come up when me and Sam were talking when Sam said I could split, get the sanctuary?
You would know of Sanctuary, and you would know that Urian Doyle started his domain there.
Yeah, I'd be one of the few in this coterie it's been around long enough to hear these
to have heard
I'd be-
of your and Doyle. Yeah, at least in the city level.
I'm on I'm the other one.
Noel's the outside looking in. You have been told direct stories about what happened a year ago here in San
No.
Antonio.
I think I might know where to start.
I'd be happy to hear it.
As one of the barons. Well, can't pronounce the name for the life of me. It sounds foreign.
Oh, you mean
wouldn't be
von
talking about-
Zeltenberg?
Yeah, that one.
Gesundheit. Yeah. There's a small part of their chunk of land. Thin Bloods call it sanctuary.
Sanctuary.
Yeah, I heard of that sanctuary. Because I made a specific role about this. Actually, I'm pretty sure I was with Maria when we made that role together. But yes, sanctuary. I've heard of that place. Yeah, Thin Bloods love going there. The legends go that he quite liked them.
Yeah.
Liked or used?
Don't know, but I do know this. You touch a Thin Blood in there, you're done.
Interesting.
So somebody's got to look out.
Maria, you would
That
also
way-
know that the primary contact in Sanctuary is a girl named M.
Yeah. Has something to do with this character named Am. Gonna end up guessing she's got some maternal instinct or something, because I know she's only been around for a little while, but enough to make a splash. She's looking out for it, so Miss Sue Altenberg can probably have that in tow as well. But that might be a lead you might want to end up chasing in on. And it sounds like you getting, what was his name?
Dismal. Or Urian Doyle, which one?
Ismail. Looks like you need him. Oh, you need him.
He's a good information broker. He's also a cleaner.
Okay.
It's good to have him under our belt.
Well, especially given propensity for leaving a lot of dead meat.
Yeah, well, he's a Nosferatu, so
Good.
also gives us an in with them.
So I guess we're hunting an urban legend.
Yeah, I guess we're hunting an urban legend. If you handle the street stuff, Faust, you and I, because I'm sure it'll eventually come up. If we're going looking in Baron von Zeltenberg's domain, we're eventually going to pull our attention, no matter how quiet we are. It's gonna come.
My
it's gonna
suggestion
come
would
down.
be to leave that for me. I just needed a lead. But, right now, you guys need to get your feeding down.
Well, speaking of which, we got about, an hour before sunrise?
Yeah, something like that.
Good. I'd like to end up spending that last little bit grabbing a nightcap, if that's at all possible.
There would really only be time for one of you to feed on your own, or one hour for each of you to feed on your own, or 1 hour or two for you all to go as an assisted role.
Oh, I
But
need
only
to
one
go take
person's
part
feeding
my
in that
stores.
case. Sorry, what was that, Ray?
I need to go take part of my stores. That way I can heal up these wounds.
So Ray's not going on the joint hunt. If anyone's doing a joint hunt.
We're taking it.
I
Joint
will
hunt it is.
definitely end up taking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go to feed one way or the other.
Yeah, so Raid's gonna deal with those stores, and the three of us are gonna go together, it seems.
So who's feeding? You only have time to feed one person tonight. Unless you're all going separate.
I'll go separate or together, but I'm feeding. I know that.
Then we'll let Maria go and feed, because she really needs it, and Faust, you also really need it.
Faust, you really needing it?
We still have 2 aggravated damage, and
Yeah, health
well,
damage.
I mean, depends. ST,
Mm-hmm.
are we going to have a time skip after this?
We'll decide that after stream.
Let's presume not.
Yeah, presume not.
So, how about Noel end up going out help out Faust out there? I'm not a do or die situation. I just like to take advantage of the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And meanwhile, you Faust, you have aggravated health damage, which could very easily put you back in the do or die situation very easily.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Me, like, if I wake up tomorrow, I'm gonna be pushing it a little, but I'm not gonna be risking frenzy.
Right. So, Faust, you can make your hunting roll, which is a manipulation persuasion. And if Noel has persuasion dots, he can assist you.
Solitary dot, but I've got one.
Then it's at a +1.
Alright.
And you're feeding in your normal domain? Okay. Are you sticking to your Bane and your Prey Exclusion?
I have no choice. I have to.
Okay. So that does add to the difficulty. 5 is your normal difficulty. Your Prey Exclusion raises it to 6. Your Bane raises it to 7. So do you want to spend willpower? Or spend the willpower to down something disgusting?
Okay, I've got this.
Hmm?
You're gonna be spending willpower, Faust, but you're gonna be spending not your own. Noel is going to remind you of what you came here to do. You came here to get fed, and by God, one way or another, you're getting fed. I'm invoking a call to purpose. You get a free willpower to spend on this.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Because I was aggravated.
Then
like-
that free point, that free willpower can be spent to re-roll those 2 dice.
Alright. Please.
So that's 6. You can either choose to forego your Bane, or choose to forego your Prey Exclusion.
It would be 2 aggravated, right?
Yep. If you're full willpower, like you're basically mentally tapped, then any superficial would go into aggravated.
Alright. 2 aggravated it is. Not taking the stains.
All right, not taking
Yep.
the stain. You are going outside of your Bane. You're desperate. You have to feed. There's no choice here. You have to make do with the fact that this person is disgusting to taste. It's human blood, it's living, but that's really the best that you can think of it, because otherwise it offends your palate. This person spends a lot of time indulging in the pleasures of life. They are not overworked. In fact, this person feels like they might be underworked, and just something about that sanguine taste on them is just wretched.
It's
And-
saccharine and he hates it.
Yep.
It's because he's bitter.
Thankfully, it's not a very strong flavor. It's there, but it's not very strong at all. Yeah. This person was out for a nightcap. They feel good about their life. They're not miserable like you like.
No. But I sure as fuck feel like it.
Maria, how are you going about this, my dear?
Right now, I am not going to end up doing much more than my usual Southern Belle charm. I am going to roll my manipulation subterfuge with the cover-up specialty.
Somebody from the neighborhood that's you frequently try to feed upon?
Somebody I might be able to persuade.
Yep.
Even if I push it, I can't do it. But it's not a critical failure.
I will allow you to succeed at a cost.
What's the cost?
You have a choice. You can either feed on Lisa's husband, or you can feed on one of the girls. And it's a little too close to home for your liking, but that's your choice. Or take the failure.
I'm taking the failure. I will not do it. I will not do it.
Fair enough. And hooray, you're picking out from your stock, yes? So remove
Yes, I am.
from your, because I gave you, what was it, a total of 5 temporary?
She has 2 left.
Okay. So if you consume them both?
At the moment, first of all, I would like to rouse to heal.
Okay, go ahead. Is that a superficial?
Yep.
Okay, then yeah. It doesn't cost you anything to heal those 2. Well,
She's
it costs
actually
you
got
1.
3. Oops. That's wrong thing. Okay.
Okay,
So that's those 3 healed.
so it's only cost 1. Be grateful for the little things.
And, she's gonna consume those 2 that she's got
Okay,
to bring it back down to hunger 1.
fantastic. So, in the next time that you hunt, you will regain any temporary stock dots, should you be able to salvage the whole body.
Yeah.
But we're going to cut over briefly to another scene going on in the city. A folder is slapped on a desk. this proof enough, Lopez? A man says. What do you mean, proof enough? Says the other voice. Proof enough that they exist? Didn't Moore tell you what was going on? I understand, Mr. Winters, but you have to understand that my hands are tied right now. You can't get more funding, Agent? Look, Winters, Harrison, I get it, okay? He went dark. But you have to understand, I don't have that kind of pull here. Then what are we supposed to fucking do? Harrison says, looking straight into the agent's eyes. Just hold out a little longer. Alright. I can send this up the chain, but that's all I can promise you. Fine. I am not going to let them go. I'm not allowed to. I'm not gonna let this. I'm not gonna let it slide. They were good people, Lopez. Yeah. They were good people. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it. Alright. And Winters ends up leaving the room. And the agent just kind of melts his face into his hands for a moment. The long hours of the night dragging on him. And he can't help but thinking, what else have Blank Bodies been up to? And that is where we're going to leave the session for tonight. And thus...
Oh, baby, don't you want to know what we've been up to?
And thus ends Season 1 of San Antonio by Night Aftermath. You're all alive.
Harrison's like, what are we going to do? Harrison's like, what are we going to do? May I suggest die?
Forget all this. Forget all about this. Retire early.
Yes.
Oh, Dixon, darling, don't you wish you knew what we were up to?
God damn you, Velda.
Oh,
Zelda has
you
new
know I'm
friends.
already damned.
I don't know who Mr. Ross is.
You don't know who what?
Mr.
Mr.
Rothwood. Westplay.
Wesley Rothward and Faith Winters. We just met up
Yep.
Mr. Winters.
He's a massive Ventru player in Detroit. And Faith Winters is his ghoul, and I'm thinking there is a relation between Mr. Rothwood's ghoul and our dear Harrison here.
Is this the same? Is this the Ventru that Adrian is
Indebted
under
to. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of.
yeah, one of. Okay.
Yeah, one of.
And I'm sorry that the sessions keep going so long.
No, I'm not. I know
okay.
Mexican, but.
I know, I'm
Love
sorry.
it.
But
We
that,
should just jump right into experience then.
yes. we're
So,
gonna jump into experience. So everybody gets one for showing up today, and I think everybody's gonna get an additional one for making it through the season.
Nice.
Yay.
Thank you, generous ST.
Yes. And then we have our 4 categories, one of which there's the 3 that are voted on by the players themselves, and then there's the one voted on by the audience. So I'm going to get the bot going with the poll. You're going to type in !vote in the name of the character you would like to vote for. So that's Faust, Noel, Maria, or Rei. So, amongst our players, who moved our plot?
Right.
This is true.
Yeah,
Ray's main plot. Hands
Ray.
down.
She has been working hard.
She deserves the experience.
Yeah.
Then Ray is
Definitely
moving our
Ray's.
plot as Coterie Ant. Coterie Auntie.
When you said coterie ant, I thought like insect ant. I was like,
I can make that happen.
Mm.
let's not.
Who had the best scene?
Oh,
That's a tough one. That's
shit.
a really tough one.
Well, I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring specifically between Maria and the father.
Yeah.
Or actually, no. You wanna know what? I'm gonna retract that. I got a best line for that one. I'm actually sure. And so I would say best one comes down to. I'm gonna have to say no.
Hmm?
I'm gonna end up saying no with Melody. That was hilariously awkward. And,
That was a good
the
thing.
fact that she was just riveted the whole time was hilarious.
I also kind of want to throw Ray in there as well for the interrogation on the way to Jameson's.
Too. That was good too. I'm a little hesitant between those two.
Yeah, I'm tossing up between like Maria and Noel together, Noel and Melody, Maria and the priest, Ray, Faust, and Baron Jameson. Ray, Faust, and more.
I want to give my vote to Ray in the interrogation.
I can back that up.
I can also back that.
I think I can sleep
All right.
with that.
Then Ray it
Yeah.
is. Ray is the big mover today.
Mm-hmm.
Who had the best line?
It was
That I'm taking Maria. Specifically for. Therefore fathers shall eat their sons in your midst. Sons shall eat their fathers. I will execute judgment on you. And any of you who survive, I will scatter to all the wind.
I'll give that, yeah. I was into
I
the Bible
also-
quote.
I also really liked the Pinky and the Brain reference.
Yeah, the Pinky and the Brain reference. I have to put my hat in the ring here too. For yeah, don't piss her off lest you get hit with La Chancla.
everyone in character is like, what? But like
What?
secretly we all wanted to laugh.
It was beautiful.
Well, actually,
Although-
I could legitimately say, nope, that one flew over my head. I'm old.
It's
okay,
definitely a
so
very,
Randall.
definitely a very, very parental kind of Hispanic culture thing.
Yeah,
Everyone
yeah, it kind of
knows.
went for me as well.
Don't pick
yeah, it's a...
don't pick Mexican mom because she will throw her sandal at you and you will get knocked the fuck out.
Yep.
That
Because
is
it's like
how it works.
fucking Birkenstocks is what it is.
Let-
Black Wolf kind of dug Maria, counting all the graves that Noel has dug.
it's like it's just like you dug 2 graves. 2? Yeah, 2. This would be the 3rd. What?
Wait, what?
Diggy diggy hole, diggy hole.
Mm.
Except I'm not a dwarf. In fact, besides Ray, I'm probably the tallest.
I don't know if I noted it before, but I had a herd in the neighborhood that I am donating to the coterie as a whole.
Okay.
So
And
I think we still need to settle on who gets the quote.
Yes, we do still needed to settle quote.
Sorry, I went ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna give it to, I'm gonna give it to Maria. Like, I will concede that one. I'm gonna give it to Maria.
To Maria.
Okay.
All right, to Maria it is. And who recovered willpower?
Maria, thankfully.
Not me.
Definitely. I mean, you'd be recovering for like desire and because end of night. If you have any superficial boxes left, they will refill.
Yeah, but I got too aggravated because I didn't sleep in my own earth.
Yep, and Faust has a lot of aggravated damage.
And you all are going to bed. So you do get to recover one additional superficial willpower for spending the night in Maria's haven.
Oh yeah.
Because
Except
you
she
have
has now
been
claimed
aggravated.
this house as hers.
Yep.
It is her chapel now.
So there are
Careful now.
3 places in which, if you were to all sleep in the same house, or 2 places now, if you were all to sleep in the same house, Maria included, that you would recover one additional willpower because it's Maria's place.
Yep.
And
Based on
I
the
did
coterie
complete my
merit.
desire.
Nice.
So I only have 1 aggravated willpower damage left. Sweet.
And Faust has what, like 3? Yep.
You have worked towards
I did.
ambition, Faust, so you do recover 1 for that.
Yeah, you do recover an aggravated for that.
Going towards my ambition.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or
Yep. You
So
have worked toward it.
right
it's a
now,
little more
we're
secure. Go ahead. Sorry.
getting 1 dot heard from Faust.
Faust.
Yes.
Is there a specific way we brand that, or we just put it in Faust's herd?
Neighborhood. It was a dot of herd that I had purchased before and
Okay.
specified with coffee.
Okay.
It has been used up for the week, but starting whenever the new week starts, it'll be usable again.
I have 6 points of experience I would like to spend.
Okay. I am notating that we have 1 dot between all of you for shared herd in my coterie notes for you all.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your expenditure?
My expenditure, I'm spending 3 points or 3 points for 1 dot Portal Lane and 3 points for our 2nd dot in lane, which can be justified due to my recent addition, who I just ended up giving the beautify hip, or just beautifying, who now is not only our lookout, but can actively dissuade people from investigating, mislead them, or give us the heads up that it's happening, while also giving us a bit better insight as to what's happening in our own domain. So it covers both of those.
All right. So
Nice.
you have 1 additional, and I would also say that that's also justified by the fact that you had the barbecue as well. And that opened the door for that, and then for that 1st dot in lane and that 2nd dot in lane and that 1st dot in portal on what's her face, Nicole,
Yeah.
is further justifying that. So
Yeah.
Any-
So now we're 2-2-1.
right, if you take any more take anyone else that you met at the barbecue and either turn them into contacts or herd or anything like that, all of that is justifiable because you have had the barbecue. Now you will likely need to do another event soon in order to justify anything further than 2.
Oh, it'll become regular.
Okay.
Um,
But you have the start of that.
Yeah.
So congratulations.
We could at the very least be known as the people who have the great parties on the block.
Yes.
They like us. They know us.
Generally like you. And if you decided to take any further contacts or anything like that, those are also justified because of that barbecue. If you wanted to take any more dots in herd, that is also justified because of the barbecue.
Okay, because this is a coterie merit. We're allowed to share a pool XP together to spend on coterie stuff, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I've spent all my experience to.
Does anyone have a solitary one?
I guess
I'm
I
willing-
can do one.
I would like to spend 2 of my XP and 1 from someone else, and give us herd 2. Because that was
Okay.
the thing that's just right on the table, yeah?
Okay. Then if you're going to take herd 2 instead of anything else from the barbecue, then you would have to do some further developing in order to do any further contacts. This has used up the barbecue reputation.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Herd-
Everyone is in agreement with that?
I accept this.
All
Yep.
right. So there's 2 dots in the shared herd. Only 1 is available right now.
Big question.
I just figured that would be a good place to spend it.
Yes, Spectre.
Just to double check, we still have the Creepy Haven flaw, correct?
No.
For the chapel? No.
Nope, that's been removed.
Because
Because we don't have a flesh fall in there anymore.
Nope.
I'm sad.
But
Alright,
but you also don't have a herd there anymore. Womp womp.
Yep. Going into it, second thing I want to confirm, at least in terms of my shit. I change enemy 2 for Sebastian Moore to adversary 1, Sebastian Moore.
For now, just remove it from your sheet.
We don't know whether he's going to die or whether he's going to remain or whether Jameson's going to do what he did to Maxine to him.
Please, God! Alright.
We literally have our first dot of we have our first dot of defense,
Yes.
which means
any further attempts to try and gain access to your domain is that a 1 dot penalty for anything trying to get in.
For reference, and this is me just quoting this for later, we're not using that herd in our coterie. We're not going to use the dot in coterie herd because I'm thinking we should give it to Alia, so that next coming up here, I can just go ahead and invest in warding for us.
that sounds
Okay.
fantastic.
Do you
Because we
okay? Do you want to trade that 1 dot in herd then to Alia for warding as a perk on your sheet, on your haven? Is that a trade you're wanting to make?
Oh shit! Wait, that's right. She feeds full, doesn't she?
It's 3 rouse checks per. She has to. Warding circles are brutal.
Never mind. I'll just figure out how to feed her. Otherwise,
Okay,
I
because
don't-
otherwise
I don't
she's
want-
going to still continue to make dice rolls until.
So long as we keep feeding her, it's just the faster we feed her, the quicker this goes.
Yes.
yeah.
If somebody tells Ray what's going on, Ray can happily go and feed her.
Yes. All right.
Well, we'll figure this out. Come
For
next
now?
session.
For now, she's just making dice rolls. If it sticks, it sticks, then it's a freebie. If you spend experience on it, then I will make it permanent. Without making her spend another dice roll.
Okay.
Cool. Got it.
How much experience would it cost to make it permanent?
3.
3.
I'm gonna make that expenditure.
I have 2
What?
right now. If there's something else you want to put towards this, and save
Nope.
and save
I'm just
2.
gonna pay the 3 off. Gonna pay the 3 off.
All right. And then how about if we split the difference? This was This was Faust's idea. Let Faust spend the majority, and you just spend the one off to make
Okay.
it. Does that sound fair?
That sounds perfectly fair.
Okay.
Just because that was Spectre's intention, was waiting for 1 dot of experience. You want to say get it out of the way? Your teamwork. Congratulations.
Oh, damn.
And you wanted
The
it
saving
warded.
is so...
You wanted it warded versus ghouls.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So this is under. Okay, this is under Coterie, Haven.
Yep. This is Shared Haven 2, the chapel, which is 1 dot size, 1 dot security, 1 dot warding versus ghouls now.
Hey!
Okay. You know what, ST? We'll go over it next time. But yeah, because I need to double check my dots right now. But yeah.
What do you mean? I don't. What?
No, don't worry about it. We'll deal with it off screen.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it in off a week then. Then. The
Audience poll.
Oh, audience poll. I just finished it, and it looks like. Who was it? It looks like Maria got the experience for that.
Woo!
You...
That way.
They love me. They really love me. Or I guess I should say tolerate, but yeah. It's good.
But we should do some shout outs. So, Spectre, why don't you give us some shout outs, my friend?
Yes! Hello, I am Spectre Deflector. You can find me both on Twitter and on Twitch. I do regular live streaming as a role player, commission artist, and just general community individual. You can catch me on Mondays with Gathering of Nerds, where I play Jojo, the Nosferatu. Here on San Antonio, I play as Faust, as you know, on every Wednesday night. And on Fridays, you can catch me doing my Ghosting Images stream, which is where I go ahead and do commissionary art and just general sort of chat, AMA, what have you, which you can come and chill with.
Yeah, and since it only makes sense, let's talk about the Gathering of Nerds, since you mentioned Brisbane there, Spectre. Lethality.
Oh, what? Oh.
Lethality. The Gathering of Nerds is mentioned, and it only makes sense.
Yes, it only makes sense. Why, hello everybody. My name is Lethality Complex, and when I'm not digging multiple graves, you can find me on the Gathering of Nerds. As has been said, I am the storyteller for Brisbane by Night, where I have Derek playing Wendigo, Moxie playing Nova, and Spectre playing the Gremlin Nosferatu Jojo.
Mm-hmm.
I am also the presenter for The Gathering Presents, where we play short-form RPG games. Coming up is tomorrow, actually, is episode 2 of Wrath and Glory Howl of the Lost, where a pair of crew to Dark Eldar and an orc begin to wander into some very dead, buried secrets. Secrets that they probably wish, in all actuality, that they didn't find. Now I'm going to pass it over to my fellow nerd to talk about the other stuff that we do on Gathering of Nerds, because we do a lot more than just tabletop RPGs.
Yes, you do. Moxie.
Hi guys, I'm Moxie. You can find me over on Gathering of Nerds along with Lethality. As you said, I also play in Brisbane by Night. Over there we have a whole bunch of different streams, so come check us out during the week. We have a lot of Minecraft streaming. We've been playing Phasmophobia. I believe a week or two ago we had a stream where I do believe you guys took part. Yeah, so come check us out. We'd love to see you guys over there.
And last but not least, the man who does exactly what it says on the tin, Macabre Derek. Give yourself a shout out, sir.
Hello, everybody. My name's Macabre Derek. I am primarily a VTM and art stream. You can end up catching my work with CoffeeCat and Lethality in Detroit by Night Overhaul. Sundays at 7:30 Central Standard Time. You'll also end up catching me doing a Vampire the Masquerade workshop just before Brisbane on Mondays at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, where we go through the various clans, character creations, ST tips, or just doing a deep dive into some of the psychology of your favorite nighttime monsters. I also end up doing Drawing on the Macabre every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday starting at 6 o'clock. At Tuesday, I end up typically running anywhere from a 7 to 14-hour stream, depending on how much go juice I have at any given time.
This man's a beast.
Known. I also end up tending to do, much like today, a 4-hour Drawing on the Macabre, where we've been working on a piece for Matty Morgs Presents, so I know a few of you rated in from his channel, so you might have already got a sneak peek, but look forward to seeing the final product in the next couple of days, hopefully finished before the week's out. And, well, you'll also end up catching me on Thursdays at 6 p.m. Just give a short little stream before we end up jumping into the Gathering of Nerds, where we end up playing Wrath and Glory for all you 40k fans out there. Let's just say I became very busy the past couple of weeks, and I look forward to seeing you all there. If you want to end up following along, do end up checking me out on Twitch, Macabre Derek. And I hope to end up offering a bit of a fright, thrill, and maybe you think, is this guy truly mentally unhinged? I love guessing.
Yes, we do love to keep guessing, and so thank you so much to my lovely cast for their participation in the end of Season 1 of San Antonio by Night Aftermath. Catch us next week as we start Season 2, where things might get a little bit more heated and they might be tracking down an urban legend. Who knows? But until then, from all of us in the Alamo City, say goodnight, everyone.
Don't let the monsters bite.
He comes for us.